We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the Southeast Nation, the Malakadi people of the Huon River and the Lilliquani people of the Far South. We recognise their continuing connection to land, water and culture. We pay our respects to their elders past and present. In attendance tonight we have Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Jessup, Councillor Gibson, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Morosek. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Tonight we have General Counsel Matthew Grimsey, Director of Community and Place Lyle Ground, Director of Infrastructure and Assets Frank Chen, Acting Director of People and Corporate Services Raylene Watson, our Innovation and Technology Project Officer Connor Watson and Executive Assistant Olga Bath.
Mayor Sally Doyle is an apology for tonight. Councillor Andrew Burgess is on a leave of absence tonight. We have no one absent tonight. Declarations of interest. Councillors, does anyone wish to declare an interest of any of tonight's agenda items? Councillor Jessup.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just on the reports, it talks about the recycling activity of SEED. I am the CEO of a disability service that operates SEED as a social enterprise. So I just state that for the public record. There's no decision to be made tonight, so I don't think there's a conflict that I need to leave for, but if people feel there is, I'm happy to have that discussion.
Any other? Councillor Robinson.
I've just realised that I may have a conflict of interest with 18.3, but I'm not sure whether I do or not. Sorry for short notice on that. I've just realised that. And then there's nothing actually mentioned in the motion, which is actually a consider further motion. So. Should we just get out of that or not?
Ultimately, it is something that may potentially affect future gain of remuneration, but certainly it's not a decision. It's an advocacy position, I suppose, as opposed to a decision of the council.
Look, I might declare that, and I might just step out of it. Yeah.
If in doubt, step out. Yeah.
Any other? No. Agenda item 4.001/26. Confirmation of minutes. Do I have a councillor to move a motion that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council on the 10th of December 2025 as circulated be confirmed? Councillor Jessup and Councillor Morosek. Do any councillors wish to report any changes? I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Number 5, do we have any legislative items tonight?
No.
Number 6, do we have any urgent matters?
No.
7, no mayor's announcements. Sorry. 8, public participation. Public question time. So there were 2 questions taken on notice from the annual general meeting from Jerry White regarding improving Huon Valley Council circularity and the Huon Valley Council Hall Maintenance and Improvement Plan. The The responses are available on the website and will be included in the minutes. There were no questions given on notice for tonight's meeting. There were 2 questions without notice emailed in from Caleb Elcock regarding the Jeffreys Track feasibility study and the Huon Valley Council's current position on Jeffreys Track. The responses are available on the website and will be included in the minutes. So welcome to public question time. If you have a question, as the chair, I will ask you to come forward to the lectern and identify yourself by name and area where you live. To make things fair and equitable, we have a limit of 2 questions per person. We normally allocate 15 minutes for question time. All questions must be directed to me as the chairperson. I will either answer the question or refer the question to another councillor or to the General Manager. Every attempt will be made to provide an answer to your question. Debate on questions cannot be entered into. The council cannot make decisions on issues that arise in public question time. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and ask a question? Liz?
Liz Smith, Signet. Yes, my question is in regard to the transport motion that I put to the AGM on December the 10th. And I've put a copy of it there for each councillor. The council is required by the Local Government Act 1993 to consider motions passed at the AGM, and I am concerned that the report on page 142 of 146 in the agenda for tonight's meeting does not accurately represent and respond to the motion passed at the AGM. My question is about the council's response to the following motion that I put to the AGM on December the 10th. And you have a copy of that motion in front of you there. There are a couple of points which are seriously misrepresented, I believe, in the report. So I'll just read through the agenda, through the motion that I put, because there doesn't seem to be a great deal of demand on public question time. In preparing the budget for the 26-27 financial year under the category Materials and Services, with a budget of more than $8 million, that the council consider the allocation of up to $100,000 to determine future transport needs of the Huon Valley population through analysis of existing data, and that a data analytics study be commissioned to determine the potential for an integrated transport plan for the valley, so that if or when funding becomes available, the council is in a position to be successful in applying for funding to implement a pilot project. Firstly, the text in the report is not the text that I submitted at the AGM and that passed as the motion. The heading of the report 8.00726 in the agenda is Transport Infrastructure, although the motion passed does not mention infrastructure. The motion presented has a section in capital letters with, in brackets after it, will confirm after minutes. I don't know where that came from. It was not part of the motion. In sections 23 and 25 of the report, it stated that the proposal is to allocate $100,000 to the project. However, the text of the motion stated the amount allocated to the project could be up to 100,000. So it might be 5,000, 10,000, or any other sum less than 100,000. It might be $5 to investigate the potential for an integrated transport plan for the Huon. To represent the suggestion as allocating 100,000 to the proposal is misleading. The text included in the agenda omits the words through analysis of existing data, which I've highlighted there in your copy. This refers to work already undertaken in the LUDS project. Part 5 of the report quotes legislation, the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 and the Building Act 2016, and these do not appear to be relevant to the proposal in the motion passed at the AGM, which does not refer to infrastructure. The motion was actually about supporting the development of much needed transport services to the Huon Valley community, not about providing additional infrastructure. So my question is, firstly, first part is this report in response to the motion actually valid under the Local Government Act 1993? And secondly, is it possible for councillors to make a valid decision about their support or otherwise for the motion passed at the AGM, since the information presented to them in the report on the motion is not accurate? Thank you.
Through you, Acting Mayor, just on the first point, if and appreciate you bringing this to our attention. If there is something which is not accurately reflected in an agenda, please feel free to contact us before the meeting. This one clearly, now it's been identified, was an error that was done in the preparation of the report. Unfortunately, we haven't picked it up in our reviews in reviewing what is a significant agenda tonight. So I think just based on that, it'd just be appropriate when we get to this item, Acting Mayor, is to just have the matter deferred for an updated report on the motion as presented.
Thank you. I would
And
appreciate that.
apologies for, what is a drafting error? It's not a,
I mean, this time is really difficult because it's a long weekend before the council meeting. I was away over the weekend. I didn't get to see it till Monday. And that's a bit late to be able to actually make comment. I don't know how many other potential errors there might be, but thank you very much. I hope that can be deferred. Thank you.
appreciate it, thank you.
Are there any other questions tonight? No? Eight point two, deputations to council. Are there any deputations tonight? Number 9, petitions. Are there any petitions to be tabled?
We do have one petition to table, which is speed limit reduction on Nichols Rivulet Road. Where's my thing? So, as Chief Executive Officer, I table a petition lodged at Council 10th of December 2025 as followed. Petition regarding reducing the speed limit on Nichols Rivulet Road. The petition contains 78 signatories and complies with the requirements of Section 57(2) of the Local Government Act 1993. The recommendation reads that the petition regarding reducing the speed limit on Nichols Rivulet Road lodged with Council on 10th December 2025 be received.
Refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. And do I have a councillor to move the motion? Councillor Morosek and a seconder. Councillor Robinson. So I'll put that motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's all councillors present, and the motion is carried. Nine point two, petition regarding reducing the speed limit on Nichols Rivulet. That's right. 9.002/26. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Armstrong, sorry. And a seconder? Councillor Jessup. Would you like to speak to this one, Councillor
No,
Armstrong?
thank you. No. And
Any other questions?
Yeah, well, I'd like to speak to the motion. Look, we've been lowering speed limits on our roads for a decade or more now in this area. And last year we had 44 road fatalities in Tasmania, which is up 42% from the previous year. So we're well above the national average on road deaths. And I think we're only the only one, the Northern Territory is the only one that has a worse record than we do. So look, I understand if we keep lowering, we think if we keep lowering speed limits, we make it safer. I sort of question if that is effective or not. I've travelled that road all my working life, which is a fair while, 5 days a week. And there are sections of that road that are quite safe at 100, and there's other sections that are unsafe at 60 or 70. So, trying to make our society nowadays tries to make rules and regulations to keep everybody safe. And this is our OH&S industry all over. we try to make rules and regulations to give people, to make people feel that they're in no danger. But I think we're failing our community nowadays in that people don't recognise danger anymore and think they're safe and have a false sense of security. And I think this is an example of that. So we need to make road users more aware of their responsibilities and the danger that's in their hands, and make them recognise that they can do a lot of damage and cause a lot of injury. And I think nowadays we're trying to make people think, oh, we're safe, and we make all the rules up, stay within the rules, you're right. The 100 kilometres an hour is an upper limit, you don't have to do it, and you could be on a section of road that you could do 100 on, but if the sun's in your eyes, you've got a dirty windscreen, you've got to decide, well, I'm going to do 20. So I just don't sort of agree that as a society how we try and make people safer. And so I'm sort of against reducing speed limits because I don't think it's working. And I think there's an area on the bypass to Cygnet, 50 kilometres an hour, like that frustrates people because it's just, for me, it makes people less attentive because they're going too slow on a piece of road that's better than that. So that's my opinion. If we was, they did the actual the petitions did mention 2 roads from Smith Road to Abbots Road. If you went from Joe's Road to Smith Road, I agree there's no one in that area where we'd want to be doing more than 100. But like I said, people have to decide. You can't warn everybody on every corner what the speed limit should be, because all drivers have different capabilities. Well, when I'm 90 years old, I probably wouldn't be driving like I would be now. Probably not at all. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up and state that. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Councillor Jessup?
Thank you. Look, I know that there's quite a few Nichols Rivulet signatures on that document, which is, I suppose, reinforcing to me that it's an issue for the local community. I couldn't find Smiths Road on this map, so I'm not quite sure how far, and I note that Abbots Road is actually spelled on this map with 2 T's, but only 1 on the petition, but I'm sure that doesn't invalidate the petition from a legal point of view. Just looking at that section, there are a lot of, around Abbots Road, a lot of hidden entrances and stuff like that, and it's a pretty shitty piece of road by the look, with a lot of people who live along it, and I think the comment made about many of the other roads have been reassessed, but I don't quite know what the extra dot point is, but I also feel that we are abdicating or letting state growth abdicate their responsibility to maintain roads and to look at how to build passing lanes and safe areas on roads. And as Councillor O'Neill says, if we just stop people driving fast, the road safety evidence is if you drive under 40, you're less likely to kill somebody, but going from 100 to 80 is probably marginal anyway. But I support the motion, but I do feel that we should also be asking state growth to look at ways they can improve the safety of the infrastructure as well as just reassessing it.
Any other comments?
I guess just a question to probably through to Frank. Statistically, the slower speeds are safer. Is that not correct?
Correct. Statistically, a lower speed would have less severe consequence in an incident or accident, and as Councillor.
O'Neill?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And O'Neill said, a lower speed limit is only one part of safer road. So we're also talking about safer road infrastructure, which is the road, not only the signage, it's also the geometry of the road environment, also safe vehicle, which the car gets more 5-star NCAP rating nowadays. And another important part is the safer people, which means the education is people, their driving behaviors also contribute to the overall result. So it's not just reducing the speed limit going to solve the problem once for all. It's a number of factors actually contribute to improved overall road safety. Like, so we definitely advocating for safer driving behaviors, advocating like on our road, we constantly seeking funding opportunities or opportunities to upgrade our road, putting barriers or upgrade the geometries. And all those works are all going to lead to an improved outcome to reduce the road toll.
Through you, Acting Mayor. Just state growth, it's been a while, so I haven't checked in, but state growth have a sort of a statewide speed and safety review happening, is that right?
So they had a project a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
They were developing some system to try to look through the speed issues through the same lanes.
Yeah, like a standardisation statewide. Yeah, because we could, I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be an additional dot point on here, but we could also seek an update on where they're up to with that project, which was talking to effectively what Councillor O'Neill is flagging, that speed is one part of the paradigm. It seems to be the go-to more often than not, and the only thing that gets done. And then, which talks to Councillor Jessop's point about that abdication of responsibility to do other things. So we could do this, advocate for a safer environment, right back to state growth, but also ask them for some context and an update on that program and where they're actually, because the intent of that was to look at wider than just speed limit reductions. If that would be, give some satisfaction on what else is underway.
We're trying to get safety. We might as well use all the levers that
All
are
options.
at our disposal.
Yep.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying we should be going 100 kilometres or anywhere, but taking it down to 80, there's 50% of that road where 80 is very dangerous to drive at that speed. So I just don't think you're achieving. You can be within the limit, but you can't do 60 around certain corners. So you're just not.
I mean,
You still have accidents. That's where you had the accidents.
it does calm everybody down.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The signage, I think, the extra signage proposed in the motion is a good thing. So you're proposing a fourth dot, well, not that you're proposing.
You could do that. You don't need to.
That says something like, and we seek clarification on the
Other safety
what's it called?
measures.
The road safety study.
Yeah, Department of State Growth's statewide road safety project or something, whatever it's called. I think we can fill in the blanks of what it's actually called.
They do
The
this.
other safety
What other safety measures DSG is considering?
suggest.
Proposing for regional roads.
Yep.
If you look at lines 35 and 36, and that's what council officer actually raised with department when they approached us, inquiring or gauging council's view on this matter. And we raised, like what the councillor just said, is there's some long stretch road that can potentially go over 80. But on the other side, 80 is the maximum speed on those roads, and many corners can only do 50, 60s. Try to disencourage people go above 80 would hopefully changing the behavior for the majority of people.
I think the point that it's a maximum speed, not a target speed, is a good point. But I also know that nothing's more frustrating than driving around a road where there's a dozen different speed zones, and people just ignore them then, I think.
Are you suggesting an amendment?
Yes, I think Matt got it.
Suggestion, Matt?
Through you, Acting Mayor, it'd just be a fourth dot point. So the wording we just generally have is seek clarification on other safety measures the Department of State Growth is looking at on regional roads.
I am, but I just want to have a chat about this in a minute.
Move
Yes.
and second, just add that in. So you're both happy with that? And then would you like to make some comments?
I would just like to make a couple, please. I agree with Councillor O'Neill. I mean, I travelled that road for years and years as well, and there's nothing more frustrating than getting stuck behind someone and doing 50 Ks and not being able to overtake, because then they speed up when you get to the straight. But likewise, I was the 23rd car behind a vehicle sitting on 70, 60, 50 kilometres all the way from Castle Falls Bay to Cygnet the other day. My concern is that I saw stupid people overtake 6 cars to get past that one car. I would disagree that keeping a speed limit low is actually a safe option. I agree that if that car were to have an impact, there might be less damage done to them. But I disagree that lowering the speed limit particularly prevents accidents. My frustration has definitely elevated since the speed limits have been changed. You know, you can go 3 kilometres and have 5 different speed limit changes. It's ridiculous. I do think there's a responsibility with driving. I think if we're behind the wheel of a vehicle, we need to take accountability for that. And I don't think we need to do 100 because it says 100. I appreciate that people have issues with their driveways. I think if we could segregate certain areas of that particular road and reduce the speed limit, that would be a satisfactory arrangement. I'm also, which it sounds very primitive, but is there a signage to remind slow drivers that they could actually pull off the road and allow pull-off spaces along the road? It's a very primitive solution to a very frustrating problem, but if the availability was for a slow driver to have a pull-off and there was adequate signage, you know, I'm not sure how you would word it, slow drivers, you know, pull over, something like this. It would relieve the stress because people make stupid decisions when they're in a hurry and they haven't allowed. And you know, people will say allow extra time, but sometimes you haven't got half an hour to allow extra time. So I'm a little bit, we do need to take responsibility for our own driving. We shouldn't be driving like maniacs. I've seen more people drive like maniacs since the reduction of the speed limit than before the reduction. I've travelled that road for 25 years and I never came a cropper, and it wasn't like it is now. It was horrific. I don't know, but suggestions, open to suggestions.
Just on that second dot point, I note that the submission didn't ask for the lowering of the speed limit on all the road. And I'm just wondering if we had a reduction to the speed limit where appropriate, given the reflection of we accept that there are other better parts. But look, I thoroughly agree that we should have, and be encouraging main roads to have pull-off sidings. And so, for example, before the stretch leading into Franklin, there's a couple of areas where people can pull off and look at the beautiful scenery and let the 50 cars behind them go past. And I travel that every day. So that probably not in this motion, but that might be something worthwhile to contribute to their discussion. That, you know, can you make, given that they won't make overtaking lanes on the highway, do we make some, you know, encourage and make some pull-over lanes and signposts appropriately, you know? Have a nap here.
Well, the traffic is increasing because the population is increasing. So there's more demand on the road to get to where we're going. We're travelling out, we're travelling in. You know, some of our highways to be sitting on 70 and 80 kilometres is a little bit challenging at times. Not that I want to drive like a maniac, because I drive a very old car that probably can't be driven like a maniac, but I do like to get where I'm going as fast as I can, as safe as I can.
But equally, I don't want to be doing 100 and having somebody up my bum.
Exactly.
Flashing their lights. And that if every night coming home after 5 or 6 o'clock, you get at least 1 or 2, normally white utes, just behaving like idiots. And I drive a white ute, so what do I say?
And you find yourself looking for that pull-off to let them go.
Yeah, absolutely.
I pull over and let them go because I don't want them up my tailgate, you know. So I don't know, can we consider perhaps, I know it's expensive and it costs money and...
Well, I think that's what through you, what my suggestion was around that fourth dot point, which I think you've accepted, was to basically seek those other, so that speed limit, we're not just saying speed limit is a silver bullet, that we'll just continue to accept that we've reduced that and therefore it's safer. It's speed limit probably supported by other things, like if you bring that speed limit down to avoid that negative behaviour of crazy overtaking manoeuvres, we need pull-off bays, we need some other stuff.
Maximum signage, especially
I
through
think
those
we
things.
can carry that through that fourth dot point is exactly the case we'll try to prosecute.
And I also think too, because we have now reduced highways to 80, which I think is questionable in places, the normal thought process is that all roads should now be 80 or below. And I don't think that's fixing the problem, because I'm on the road every day and I see some stupid things. You know, stupid things. So I'm happy with 4, the dot point 4.
Right. Councillor Robinson?
I'm just going to chuck something in that goes beyond the scope of this particular item but relates to it, and it is that we are shifting and embracing a culture of being data informed in our policy, and I've wondered, because I've struggled with that dilemma of efficient transport and connection, which our community demands and relies on, but also safety and practicality and so forth. So I wonder whether there's scope to develop a metric, and it might be measured in some way like travel time from Dover to Hobart, and you might break that into sections. But if we could develop a benchmark that showed us what the 2025 travel time is between Dover and Geeston, or Geeston and Huonville and so forth, and could then compare that over time. Maybe it's a 4-yearly process or 5-yearly or something like that. It's not something you'd monitor every day, but it would potentially allow us to provide some more objective feedback to those major connecting road managers, state government, to say, no, or to our own land use and development system, to say, no, we're getting too many entries onto the highway during this stretch, or we desperately need that overtaking lane that enables the greater efficiency of transport there. So just take that as an idea perhaps, and consider whether it's got any feasibility or how it might be implemented. But it helps us from a governance level potentially push back or influence back to value the connectivity that those road systems provide while we're providing that safety.
Shall we take that on?
Yep.
Note to that 4th dot point. Councillor Armstrong, do you have any closing remarks?
Can you get the amendment to point to a reduction where appropriate?
Where appropriate.
Where appropriate.
Yeah. No, I think I'm happy with that discussion. Thank you. Yeah.
I will put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Raise your hand. Councillor Gibson, Councillor Mosek, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Jessup, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Thorpe for. Councillors against.
I'll just abstain.
And Councillor O'Neill abstaining. Pardon?
Which isn't against.
Which is against. That is, motion is carried. Agenda item 10, Planning Authority reports. There are no reports for Council to consider acting as a planning authority tonight. Agenda item 11, general reports. Are there any councillors tabling their activities tonight? Councillor Robinson. Would you like to speak to any of those activities, Councillor Robinson? No? Anyone else?
Well, just reminding the opening of the Signet Folk Festival was very nice, and Councillor Morozek spoke extremely well, representing our council. Yeah, it was good.
And I think, just echoing that, I will add that to my activities because I went as well. And it was a great event again, and congratulations to all those folk festival people in Sydney that organised it. And it's a huge example of the volunteering spirit in the human being. So, well done.
Councillor Morozek.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I might as well add on to that. The folk festival was in January. Nevertheless, it was a longer break, so maybe it's not too bad to mention it today before it gets too far away from us. Indeed, the folk festival was a great success. Once more, on all around, and it was a great honor to speak there at the welcome. I appreciate I was given the opportunity by the mayor. Besides that, a few other activities throughout December, maybe worthwhile mentioning. A few of us attended the end of year school celebrations, and I was fortunate enough to go to 3, and one of them just being really a great example of the youth in the valley and how well those students are doing. The range of awards that have been achieved by a huge range of students was just great to see that we've got all this momentum and energy happening in our municipality. So it was a great month.
Yeah.
Thank you.
11.001/26. Refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Armstrong, the seconder. Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Armstrong, would you like to speak to this motion? No? Are there any other councillors that would like to speak to this motion or ask a question?
Sorry, I missed which motion was that?
Which wheels?
General.
11.001.
General.
11.6.
11.001. Oh, sorry.
Page 20, the printout. No questions, comments? No? Closing remarks? I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Council workshops. There were no workshops held in the month of January. 13.1, councillor questions. There were no councillor questions taken on notice at the December 2025 meeting. There were no councillor questions given on notice for tonight's meeting. There were 4 councillor questions without notice emailed in from Councillor Amy Robinson regarding the Huon Valley Council's closed compliance report and forest practice plan requirements. The responses were emailed to councillors and will be included in the minutes. Councillors, are there any questions tonight? Councillor Gibson?
I had a couple of questions. Sorry I didn't put them on notes, I just didn't have time to get them in earlier. Just going back to the decision at the December meeting about the pilot project for road sealing, I had a couple of questions on that. One was, assuming that the ratio for the cost-benefit ratio is 1, is spreading the investment over 20 years, which was how it would be done as an unsealed road, cheaper in real terms and therefore financially superior to the upfront investment because it's keeping the capital actually available for other uses. So that was one question. And I don't really know the answer to it. I'm asking it, I guess. And 2 other questions on that. I understand and totally accept the staff assessment that with a limited budget we can't do a lot about global carbon emissions, but we should obviously look at through the climate mitigation and climate adaptation lenses on all of the budgeted decisions we make. So I guess I had a couple of questions around if it's a $1.6 million investment to do the 4 kilometres, how many residents are upstream from that sealing project? I thought that would be, we're trying to spread a small amount of money over a large number of residents, so I just wondered what that was. And in terms of climate adaptation, would we be better to be spending any of the money, and it comes after the first question, whether there is any money difference, spending money in Mountain River on bushfire safe place because of it being a fire trap and only one road out, and I'm concerned about that. And the last question is, before spending, if there is any money difference, before spending money on that, should we not consult the Mountain River community to determine what their priorities are?
I think it's best to just take all that on notice as a package and come back
Sure,
in whole, because you've asked a range of
sure.
questions there, which go to, a long,
And it's not necessarily about that decision, it's about an approach to.
Well, that's why you're talking more to generally a strategy of when we reach it's been sort of accepted, and we know there's a lot of community appetite for improving the standard of roads. It's a fundamental and an expectation on council. So we've used the sort of the engineering standards. We know that we've got. We've had the North Huon Collective, for example, who we've engaged with around their particular road and expectations there. We've received a lot of feedback, complaints and requests over a long period of time from Mountain River Road, all the major roads that we know are generally desirable. So if we're going to change the strategy, we need to be communicating to the community that we're no longer in favour of these roads are never going to get sealed or moved, despite how many cars go on them. That's a pretty significant policy shift that will be quite decisive or divisive, and definitely needs some really detailed engagement and data as part of that conversation. So we'll take it on notice, and it deserves a fulsome response.
Thanks.
I think
Questions, Councillor Gibson?
Yeah, do you want to?
just to comment on that, the comment about safe places. Yeah, I do remember when we were talking about that regarding Crabtree. The Fireys basically said there is no safe place in Crabtree, and I suspect for Mountain River there is absolutely no safe space.
Absolutely.
So my concern about creating quasi-safe spaces
Requires to be a proper one.
but I think what they were saying is you couldn't create a proper safe space unless you, I suppose, create a concrete bunker or something like that, which maybe.
The advice is unequivocally you need to leave that place and leave early. That is the
So that's a problem, that these places are, as we've just seen in Victoria, undefendable. Really. Yeah.
That was the advice they gave at the Signet talk as well. Leave early. The second question, or second subject, was about the Grove intersection. Is the design complete, and will there be any consultation on the final design, because it differs quite a lot significantly from the sketch proposals that were consulted on? And that's a question obviously to go up to State Roads.
To DSG, yeah. Well, I'll just check with the director if we've got any update on what they're doing next, what their timeline is, or otherwise we'll take it on
They
notice.
showed us already engaged with us. I think it was September last year. Showed us the concept plan, which is different from the 4 initial options they presented to the community. I believe they done engagement after engaging with us. Also, the 5th option to the community and explaining the reason why. And I haven't heard any progress from the department. But when we first met in September, they advised that their intention is to commence the construction in early 2026. That's for the stage 1. And then there's a stage 2 is to address, because the reason they break it down into stages is why is the power poles, the lightings, and take quite a long time to get power pole and lighting sorted. And that's why they acknowledge the urgency or the needs from the community, have this safety issue addressed, so that they break it into 2 stages. And the second stage would have parking provisions that are improved parking along the side of the road. And in the conversation with the department, we made very clear that council is fully aware of the expectation from the community, and we will strongly urge the department to incorporate or improve parking at this particular location. And we expect there is some commitment in writing from the department, actually, in terms of the timeframes of the stage 2 and also the elements of the parking.
And stage 2 is funded as well, as far as you know.
That's our understanding, but we wanted writing.
Good. Okay, thanks. That will reassure the people from Mountain River, I'm sure.
Further questions?
No, thank
Any
you.
other councillor?
Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Robinson?
Bear with me and I'll try and figure the question out as I go. So we've been talking about roads, and there was a public question on roads tonight. And so we value roads, and we've been talking as a council about our community's desire or value for access to natural areas, but also a really strong priority is safety from hazards such as wildfire. So we've got a number of road systems that venture out into the wilderness, and I know of a couple of examples where our management of those road systems is very cooperative. So, for example, our road in Geeveston, council responsibility ends at about the third last house there, and then it shifts to forestry. Cockle Creek does a merry dance between, I think, council, then forestry, then parks, then council, and then parks again. So we've got this capacity to negotiate and cooperate with other land managers over road systems. The fire element I haven't heard mentioned so strongly. And there's another road, so there's been community conversation recently around Jeffreys Track, but there's another road I'm aware of above Craddock Hill Road, Bells Road, which goes up to Grey Mountain and the communications tower up there, which we saw being part of management of an area where we get wildfires. We had a big one last summer up that part of the world. And that's another example where the road is partly within a road reserve, but partly on the neighbouring landowner's property. And we're fortunate there that we have a landowner that is quite conscientious about maintenance of the road. But fact is, it's not something we can rely upon as a community to ensure we have access to the land beyond. And in the event of a fire, even in the event of using scarce resources to provide output on fuel reduction priorities or prevention activities, those resources are scarce and we need to ensure they work as effectively as possible. I think we've potentially got more tracks than that are potentially important to our community, and there's a couple of strategic bushfire management plans that are in draft form at the moment that affect this part of the world. So I guess my question is, has council engaged with those kinds of road systems, particularly with regard to fire prevention planning or strategic bushfire management might be the term? And are we doing enough of that, or could we do better if there are tenure insecurities that hamper those efforts?
It's not something that we're actively seeking to push the relevant land managers and asset owners, so typically state government, to improve the conditions and standards of their roads. But as the bushfire threats are increasing, and knowing that some of these roads are in pretty bad repair, it's certainly an advocacy position that we could consider and start taking to those relevant land managers.
So maybe this question's making sure it's on council's agenda. There's a couple of draft plans out,
Yep.
the Huonville East and Wellington. We might need a different, I don't know if we need a different policy position on those or something along those lines.
I'm actually not sure if it's a policy position or, coming back to the example of Jeffreys Track where we've got, answers to the questions on notice, but really it's about the land manager and the relevant asset or road owner maintaining their asset and taking responsibility for it. And as we pointed out, our position is that the person that owns that road should be looking after it. The change, the advocacy change that really you're probably at the first level talking about is us pointing out that with elevating bushfire threats and the need to get into some of these remote places, if these roads are in disrepair and that responsibility is being abdicated and our community is nervous about it, then yeah, we have a responsibility.
Can we get an update so that I can actually advise people of what's going on without being shot down?
I'm not sure what the latest that you're sort of referring to is, but
Apparently
can I go
there's-
to you?
I'll take it on notice and I'll come back with
Yeah, so apparently the big rock that council has put in is now on the beach and somebody's going to be killed. But I don't think
this
that's... Yeah,
This rock is there already for quite some time.
Yeah.
I lived down there. I think the last working bee which council officers and staff attended was at the beginning of November, if I'm not mistaken, which was basically implementing natural erosion control measures, which is like a dead hedge built out of branches and, all weaving in. A local resident was showing interested people. I think there was one of our visitors tonight in the audience was there as well, one of my neighbors. There have been probably 40 people on the beach dragging material down there, and they've been actively working to secure parts of the beach with this new method. Where the rock came down, I think surely down already for more than half a year. And it's like something that's been an ongoing process with the Landcare Group advocating for a new beach access and so forth, which now resulted in council supporting the group in shoring up the dune as such, which is eroding away. But I think the general gist is we don't have, again, no jurisdiction there. It's Crown land, the rock is on the ground, and it's going to stay there for a while until the sea decides to move to somewhere else.
Which is what I said, but unfortunately people perceive council supporting other groups as council being responsible for everything that happens. So nothing really has changed in regard except that things are improving. Yeah?
I mean, the local people are working on a local solution, which is supported by council in the end. I think Malcolm Johnson was a big driver in that. And people just working on it themselves. Council advocated on their behalf as far as they could, from what I know, and now the people took it up on themselves.
That was pretty much my response. Yeah, that was pretty much my response because that's where I thought it was going. I thought, is there something I've missed? Just wanted to confirm.
We will take it on notice, so
Yep.
some councillor
we'll
clarification.
Still take on those and get some detail of the specific request or complaint.
Because it annoys me when things go around social media and rumours start and things aren't correct. I just like to correct the record. Roadside slashing, Department of State Growth. Apparently council are responsible for all those highways as well. Are we getting an update on when they're going to get slashed, bailed or other, please? Frank, we're looking at you.
Okay. Through you, Acting Mayor. We talk about the Link Road, is it?
I know most of the highways going, anything that's Channel Highway, state owned, everyone's unhappy about the verges being overgrown and concerned that a cigarette butt could start a fire. I've had lots of serious conversations. I've had some irritating conversations because people don't understand that we just can't get a tractor and slash those things. But I think I think we might have to put a bit of pressure on somebody, as in probably you.
Yes, through you, Acting Mayor. Council is responsible for maintaining local roads or the roads owned by council.
I know.
And then State Growth is responsible for maintaining
Yes,
state
but
channel highways.
people are talking about the highway because they're confusing that with council owned and they're wanting council to slash it. But I'm trying to explain that
Tell them to ring up Erica Beck.
I've tried that. I have actually sent them the link. But can we suggest that State Growth might want to do something about that, or they're just going to ignore us?
We definitely received inquiries from the general public, and we generally pass them on to State Growth and put pressure on them. But also, you can imagine they have their level of service.
I did actually.
They have to adhere
I
to
did
it.
say that. There's a lot of State Growth roads, but we've also had a lot of grass. I've explained that it's been a big yes.
This time of year, every year, as you can expect, we get the same type of complaints.
Yeah.
We're routinely working with, putting pressure on whatever, State Growth to cut their roads at this time of the year. They are struggling just as we are with a very high growth season. I can't remember the last time I was still cutting my lawn.
Absolutely.
Right till the end of January. So we've got 500 and something kilometres of roads ourselves to maintain, and areas that we have cut earlier, it's growing straight back through. State Growth are the same, so we can certainly find out where they're up to, where their program is at, and continue to put that pressure. But ultimately there's a finite number of resources that are thrown at it, and when the grass grows behind the slasher.
Also, what I've actually told people, but
also, just before the meeting, we were chatting about this. We've got our 2 mowers and we've got a contract mower. So council's got 3 mowers, all operating, which is unusual for our, for their bits of equipment that break down all the time. But we can certainly confirm to the community that we have got 3 mowers that are actively
I have actually,
going round and round.
I have had this conversation and the response was, well, you need to employ more staff. I said, well, that's fine, but if you'd like to pay more rates, we can do that.
It's a
Because it's
difficult.
impossible to keep up at this time of the year. Backyards can't keep up. You know, it's just unrealistic expectations, really.
It is, and I think, look, we're always looking at different options. We've responded to some concerns about herbicide this year. We've been trying different things, looking at prioritisation around on a risk base, the high frequency roads, high use roads on years like this, where if people have got concerns for fires breaking out on roadsides, for example, there's an obvious where, if we do have a high seasonal rainfall year, we may have to change the approach of just cycling around areas to instead come back and go, we're really going to make sure that our distributor roads, etc., are the ones we focus on, and have a general call out to the community to say, we do not have, like, every contractor is out cutting hay. Like, at the time of the year when you want this stuff cut, everyone else is otherwise engaged. And the reality is we've got tractors that are worth 200,000 plus. And we can't just have those things sitting idle for the rest of the year, which is what they would be. So it's a very fine balance, and it's about having that conversation around the levels of service that are appropriate.
I have actually explained that as well, and I get the frustration, but
We might just have to be more forward in that explanation next year.
I think so. And I have also said to people, like, if it's super urgent, council will normally come and rectify that for you. It won't just be left and whatnot. So just a couple of quick things. Thank you for that response, Frank, and I was going to say Lockie, but the general manager. Cat management. I did not know that some councils are offering free desexing for cats. Did you know that? How did I not know this? Have I been in a bubble? Did you know this? Apparently, according to somebody whose name has escaped me, but somebody that deals with a lot of cat centres, a lot of people don't actually know and haven't chosen to take this up. Is there a way that councils can just advertise this? I don't know which council does it. I haven't actually looked that far ahead. But is there some way that we can promote this information, find out which councils?
I'll send people from the Huon to other councils to get their cats desexed.
No. No. Can we share this information about the other councils and who is offering the free desexing, so that they can share with other people that they know? Because we're talking about outside the Huon, obviously, but I did not know that there were free cat desexing clinics available in certain areas, but apparently there is free desexing, but I don't know where to obtain that information. And given that we're having a cat problem, it might be useful. Am I making any sense? Is anyone following me? Yes, thank you, because I know it's hard, but you all do really well. Can we somehow get information out either on our website or on Facebook and but tell people where they can get their cats desexed for free? Because I don't even know where to start looking. But I was having a conversation with somebody that does actually volunteer in a cat centre, and he said there's heaps of free places to get your cats desexed, and I know about none of them.
You're talking about actual places that's not location specific on eligibility to have your cat desexed?
Yeah, free.
Not
Yeah,
other councils,
yes,
not
yes.
sending people to other councils.
Not sending people, and certainly not sending any. Just do free. And I thought,
Stop feral cats getting.
and apparently it's a government initiative. Like, I don't know whether it's federal or state, but they've thrown a fair bit of money at it, so you can actually do. And I thought, I didn't even know about this. So how many other people don't even know about this? And I've got cats that are kept inside, except when they occasionally escape. Now, one more problem, dog policy. Dog policy. We now have a compliance officer, despite rumours I've corrected that we do have a nice compliance man. We are policing dog reports, yes, thank you. So we can assure the public now that we're sorted with that type of arrangement, and the protocol would be that if there's a problem with the dog, then it would be beneficial for them to have some evidence rather than ring the council with a complaint with no evidence to support.
That's always the case, and it's the first thing that our compliance officers, like, we had a brief period where we didn't have a compliance officer. We had a contractor.
Yes.
Nothing has changed. We've recently employed a new officer whose name's Anna. and is doing a fantastic job in the early days of her new engagement. But the advice is always, in order for us to, we can't reasonably go in and just on an allegation without substance interfere with someone's dog. So we always need to have evidence of that. And that's the first thing that's always requested. So if people are ringing up with a barking complaint, et cetera, they need to start thinking about what that evidence is, because just as they would not like us to rock up unannounced with no evidence and say, we're putting some management measures on your dog, they would expect to have some reason.
Well, that was also the information that I passed on, but I just wanted to make sure that I was correct. And then council would work with RSPCA and whoever else needed to be involved if something was to go further, yes?
Depending on what the situation
Yeah, like hungry, not watered, yes, okay. So that's good because there's a lot of negativity about how council have been managing all these compliance officers, the compliance situations. There's a lot of negativity around what which is all just community expectation versus reality, at the end of the day, because you just can't be in 100 places at once and you can't do what you can't do, but we are getting to that point. So I just wanted to make doubly sure that we were all on the same page, except the cat thing. That was a new thing that I found out about recently, and I thought that could be really helpful for people.
So we'll look into what we can do on that one.
Yeah.
And yeah, on the dog, like we understand how frustrating it can be and how difficult it may be and sometimes to get that evidence. But it's just that, being reasonable enough to understand that, we can't just roll in and intervene.
It is a difficult piece of legislation to get a dog listed as a dangerous dog or something anyway. So I've been down that path with my neighbours, and it sits with you and you have to take them to court and prove it. So it's a significant cost to council as well, and risk.
Yep.
Well, this is what I've sort of said, and it crosses that line into legal, and legislation, and people don't understand the difference between legal and they just read the Dog Control Act and think, no, it's all council, but it isn't specifically all council all the time.
It's not, and ultimately I think we do lose sight sometimes that the owners of these animals have the ultimate responsibility for it, and I've certainly scratched my head sometimes wondering why council is held out to blame for other people's mismanagement of their animals.
It is distressing though if you're in a neighbourhood where there's an animal that's constantly barking, constantly tied up, and you know that it's not being fed properly. That would be very distressing. Exactly, which I suggested, and no, it's council, I said, well, it's not really, but I just wanted to clarify that I was on the right track. Thank you.
Your hand up nicely.
I just want to reference that there was that earlier question that I sent in about the compliance reporting, which we deal with in closed council, so it doesn't have public visibility, where I think aspects of it need to, for the reasons you're speaking of, Councillor Armstrong. So I've got to be careful how I speak about it because it's in closed council, but I'm encouraged that the response to that question will give us some transparent reporting and communication that we can use with our community, or helps our community have trust in that. And the other thing I would mention is that I did have a bit of a gush when I was reading this month's papers and the compliance report, and I made the statement that it's one of the best compliance reports I've ever read. And I've read quite a few compliance reports. This one has stepped up, so take that as a ray of sunshine. This work is difficult, the other comment I made was when you talk about things that keep you awake at night, that idea of a dog attack, and that potentially we might not be doing something we could to prevent that. That's the thing for me. So there's just a thumbs up for that report this month, and I can't say anything further on the report than that, but we shall see more in future.
Councillor Jessup.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Unfortunately, I missed the general reports bit, so a couple of these questions relate to the general reports, but I was a bit slow to ask the question. The report on the adaptive capacity survey for the council. I thought that was quite a good report as it talked about the changes in council divisions wanting more information on actual adaptation rather than just asking what adaptation is. And so we've had an evolution of heads thinking that way. In the little heat map sort of thing, I noticed that the leadership section of it has remained static. So a number of the other areas have actually grown in their engagement. And I think we're static at about 67%. Maybe a question on notice, if you don't want to answer it now, is that is there stuff that we as leaders of the council could do to support staff think adaptation? But we've talked a whole heap of adaptation stuff here, and clearly that's an issue. So I'm happy for that to be come back to us if you want. Or...
Right now at the moment, so we're taking that data. Certainly, it's a good flag. What is positive out of that is it is one of the highest scores in that space, so which is great, and we've maintained that score. But I appreciate your relevant question in that right now the team are going around and actually workshopping what are the specifics of those needs and how that unit can support. For instance, we had a great discussion the other day with our infrastructure colleagues around how we can support and contribute to their asset management planning and things like that. So certainly we can do the same with the councillors to understand the two-way relationship there and what the unit can do to support yourselves, but what yourselves can do to support the unit and the council in terms of achieving those goals in that adaptation space. So I'll take it on notice. We'll look at how we do that and come back to you.
Thank you. Second question, and I think Councillor Armstrong's answered it for me. I was just how are we progressing the ranger position, but I think that's now been filled. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I don't recommend that you type in cat desexing in your council web browser because it gives you a little message. But if you type in cat desterilisation, you get a better answer. And apparently there is a national desexing network that has some vets in Hobart that you can apply for a subsidy to get your cat.
Yeah, it really surprised me because I'm usually all over animal things.
Well, there you go.
I think I was feeling left out that I didn't know.
And but the warning, don't type in desexing in your web browser. Sorry about that, Carla. You'll be on to me tomorrow, I suspect. But the other question is the bike trail study. I know we've got the money. I've had that answered now, and that was an election promise. Do we have a sort of next quarter sort of thing to get it up and running, do you think?
We need to be working on it now, basically, to finalise that brief and get it out. We've got to expend the money by the end of the financial year. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so there is a bit of a timeline? Yeah. Okay. Anything we can do to probably not
lighten up some of the other priorities and things that we're juggling. It's just a balancing act. So we'll get it done.
Thank you.
Any questions from the other councillors? No?
Thank
That's
you.
where we're up to. 13.4, notice of motions. There were no notice of motions tonight. No CEO reports. Report number 15.001/26, revision of the risk management policy. I will refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Armstrong. And a seconder? Councillor O'Neill. Would you like to speak to this motion, Councillor Armstrong? Are there any other councillors that would like to ask a question? Comment? Councillor Watford?
I've got to remind what it was. So there's a section in there, I can't remember which one it is, but councillors acting collectively will have priority responsibility for annual setting of review of strategy, annual setting and review of the risk appetite. At least one of these review workshops will be held in conjunction with the audit panel. I'm actually not sure that we need to do an annual review with the audit panel. I think we could certainly invite the chair of the audit panel to the the meeting or something like that, but I don't think it needs to be a sort of a joint decision, because as the audit panel said, it is our job to set those things and responsibility to do that. But obviously we need input from the audit panel because they're across it. And I note that, we tried to get a joint meeting together at short notice last year and it was hard. So I just don't want to die in the ditch trying to organise a joint meeting.
Through you, Acting Mayor, can we just clarify that as we go? So which section is that? Sorry.
So I didn't write down the code, but it's a round open dot point that says councillors acting collectively will have primary responsibility for ...
Paragraph 24 in the discussion section, page 154.
Oh yeah, look, I've written point 24 down there. So it's paragraph 24, Matt.
Okay, so that's in the report. So
it's more a statement. But look, certainly when we review the policy, which is probably every 3 years maybe, I think that would be a good time to have a joint session with the audit panel to review the policy. But it was more just a point of I don't want to add a layer that makes it complicated.
through you, Acting Mayor, the purpose of it was that the audit panel independent members certainly wanted the opportunity to be a part of understand how the council worked through the strategic risk register. It's not setting a separate formal meeting of the audit panel, so it can be done in conjunction with a normal council workshop and whatever.
Yes, that's cool. But apart from that, I like the clarity of the policy, and I think it was worth the that I made, the weight that I made you have. So,
Councillor Robinson.
And with that, I think there'd been a question on risk appetite statements, and a query that I felt that should be a governance level decision, and so that's now in there. For councillors acting collectively as council will annually review and determine the types and level of risk appetite statements that the council is willing to accept to achieve its strategic objectives. So that got through.
Thank you for the feedback from the councillors.
I thought it was really, this is crucial work and it was really well done. There was really, most of it I thought was really good. The clause 1.1 I found very weak, and it's sort of the purpose behind the whole thing. It reads as the purpose of risk management is to create strategic and operational value through the consideration of possible outcomes. It improves performance, encourages innovation and supports the achievement of strategic outcomes. I wouldn't mind deleting that and changing it to the value of risk management is in proactively identifying and assessing threats that might affect council strategically and operationally and mitigating the likelihood and outcome caused by those threats. This improves safety, business continuity, management of assets and decision making, because I think that that's more of a purpose statement than the other one. So if happy to circulate that, but it's the same thing, but it's just clearer in my view.
I don't know that I want to use the word threat.
No, same.
Threat sounds a bit,
Issues?
yes, another word.
Risk is problematic as in a threat, but it's also potentially useful as in an opportunity. Council wants to be able to take some risks, and that's why some councils will do things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm comfortable with the openness of the wording as it stands. I guess I'm saying this doesn't just have to be a defensive strategy.
Create strategic and operational value through consideration of possible outcomes. I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and look, I appreciate where you're coming from, and I suppose what I like about this is that risk management is often, when you first think about it, is taken as a negative thing, and I think that actually I've certainly seen in organisations where that discourages engagement with it, and I think that whether we've got the wording exactly right, but putting it in that positive sense that it is about, acknowledging it creates value. We've just tried to put it in a more positive sense. But if that doesn't make sense to people, then that's an issue that councillors may want to
It
correct.
didn't make sense to me. It's sort of,
Could you read out what you wrote again?
the value of risk management is proactively identifying and assessing issues that might affect council strategically and operationally, and mitigating the likelihood and outcome caused by those issues,
Caused by those situations.
situations, whatever. Yeah.
I don't mind the wording of that. I don't mind the wording of the original one. I think people could decide which they prefer.
Do you want to put that amendment?
Through acting mayor, you can pass through the mover and seconder. And just to reiterate the CEO's words on this, it's not something that council officers would die in a ditch on, in the sense the key focus was the positivity rather than the negativity, but council, this can be worded any way you want it to get the outcome that you want from risk management.
But I remember times when we've seen a council that's been very risk averse historically in terms of engaging with its community. That's regarded some of the difficult conversations that we're now willing to have with our community as risk or threat. And I don't want to elevate the negative in any way to potentially deter from that.
I'm sorry, what's the negative thing in the value of risk management is proactively identifying and assessing issues that might affect council strategically, operationally? I don't see a negative
Yeah,
aspect.
so you've dropped threat, but there's still
Yeah, okay.
there's still mitigate. So there's still a focus on mitigating risks rather than seizing opportunities has to be
Yes.
a part of that, or that you, because you've assessed it, that the risk may still exist, but you may manage it better through to minimise.
But I think that
Yeah.
comes out of the standard. I think the standard is about identifying and mitigating. I think that's probably, they're pretty common words that are used
That's
in
what
this
we're trying to
space.
do, isn't it?
Well, and by mitigate, you identify it, you deal with it, you understand it, you sit with it comfortably, whatever terms you want to use. But I think to take mitigation out of a policy would be difficult.
And I mean, the proactively identifying, I think that for me is really important, because, if people sit around and go, you don't really address a risk until you've identified it, and that's, has to be a proactive thing, I think.
Okay. Councillor Armstrong and Councillor O'Neill, you're the mover and seconder.
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with it?
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
I just wasn't happy with the threat word. It sounded a bit
No,
abrasive.
I get that, yes.
But I'm happy because, recognise it, acknowledge it, mitigate it, improve it, fix it, move on. Yep. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions?
No. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong, do you have any closing remarks?
No, thank you.
No, I will put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Is all councillors present and the motion carried? Report number 15.002/26, review of the public open space contribution policy. Refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Gibson and a seconder. Councillor Mrosek. Councillor Gibson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I think it looks really good. I wondered whether the question of where it said where it is not appropriate. I guess I had a little bit of a question about, have we clarified clearly enough that it's council that gets to decide when it's appropriate or not, to take cash in lieu of space, and how that all
To Acting Mayor, I might just respond to that quickly because that is a fundamental question that we as officers, when applying these things, struggle with because we don't have that structure planning that we're currently doing, which will actually start identifying the appropriateness for the taking of public open space. So we are actually doing the work currently through Lyle's team that will actually have those directions and guidelines for officers in making those recommendations to council and decisions. And the alternative of not having it is we're taking cash in lieu.
Yeah. Okay, I had a minor question from a resident about where the money gets spent, because I mean, I guess the assumption is when you subdivide, you end up with more people and therefore you need parks. So should those parks, or at least should it be considered that those parks are located to suit the extra people? And I know that from other conversations that we want to be strategic about where we spend money on parks, and I think that's really essential. So I don't think you want to necessarily go and put a park near a subdivision just because it's a subdivision. But I didn't see anywhere in the wording that it should be considered that the population increasing due to subdivision should be considered as a part of the decision matrix, I guess, for where the next park goes or where the investment in the next park goes. That was a question.
Acting Mayor, I'll just respond on the policy perspective of it. So 3.10 refers to how the money is to be held. So Section 117 of the Local Government Building Miscellaneous Provisions Act, which provides for public open space, says that any money that has been provided as cash in lieu for public open space is to be kept in trust for the benefit of the inhabitants of the municipal area for the acquisition and improvement of public open space. So that's broadly speaking, the policy does not dictate your decision making on how you spend that. Again, I'll go back to the strategic planning work that's been doing, that will inform it in the future. Apologies, Director.
And I guess we collect data about where these subdivisions are happening and where the population increases are, so that would be a part of the strategy.
It will, and ultimately, by having a strategy, we should be able to predict where growth is going. That's the whole point, is to predict where growth is going to go, and so then proactively identify where future parks should go, rather than setting an expectation that there'd be a little pocket park everywhere, as opposed to, we're going to have X number of houses, and at a point in the future, there'll be more of a destination type park, for example. But it all needs to be predicated on the whole point of all the strategic planning work we're doing is to be more planned and prescriptive, so that we can allocate these funds appropriately.
That sounds good. There are two very, very minor things. Although log bump is called log bump, I think its acronym is just LGBMP, but whether that matters or not. And there was a few places where it said cent instead of percent. That were just typographical things. I think I had a C written there. That's very minor. I'm sure that'll get picked up.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this one?
1,
Yep.
3. So this has made me think about open spaces. So if an open space were to be made into a subdivision, and then we put the money aside, build parks elsewhere, is there ever a time when we're going to run out of open spaces?
That's a very broad question.
Because we are now growing at the rate of knots as specified, is there some protection, what would you call it? Is there some form of something that we cannot just build on every single piece of open space available? I know we have the planning scheme and everything else, but I don't have a lot of faith in that because that will probably change again in a little while. Because we are filling up a lot of our open spaces.
But again, our best defence to this is all the strategic planning work that we've got, well and truly underway, to plan for what those future events would be, and provision for it beforehand.
I know sort of already there's been open spaces that have just been changed by us for building and everything else. And it just concerns me that more often than not, because things come before us and we approve things or don't approve things as a planning authority.
And planning authorities currently, I think the sense you're getting is that you're approving things in isolation of a broader strategic overlay,
Yes.
which is the gap we're trying to fill,
Yeah.
so that the planning authority is better informed and can understand how these things relate to that. And at the point of applying conditions, for example, we're able to say that this has this effect. We need to make sure that there's amenities provided for people, and this is why we are taking cash in lieu, or we're going to take this piece of land because this subdivision's big enough to provision for that in situ, because that's where it should go, or we're going to be cash in lieu and putting it down the road. But as part of that, there's policy decisions that this set of councillors need to be able to make when your broad question of are we running out of space. The first one is even determining what's a reasonable distance from a if we're going to have destination parks versus pocket parks, there's a desire for both from different people. Is it reasonable that everyone should be 5 minutes away, or is it 15 minutes away, or it's there's a whole.
I know
bunch
it's a
of-
broad question. I've just noticed the amount of fields, especially around Signet lately, and the amount of cars that are parking on roads that are not designed for parking on the side of the road, and there seems to be a lot of building going on and not a lot of thought process as to where all these people in these houses are going to park, and I just wonder if we need to start providing bigger building sizes for people so that they're building houses the whole size of the block, and then there's nowhere for them to park. And this all concerns me because it's something I've talked about for 10 years, but it hasn't really improved in 10 years. So I don't know.
As council, it's put money towards it, and we're getting towards those structure plans, the SAPs that have design criteria for house sizes, and I won't repeat myself again, but that is the work, and unfortunately, you can't just do it overnight. It's got to be place-based. We've got to do the community engagement.
I know. It's been a long 3 years.
And we're all. I mean, it's why it's to all your great credit that we're on that journey. Because
Now I'm impatient. Now I want it yes, mush.
We have the infrastructure plan will be coming to council next council meeting, and that one will show you that detail that you're looking for and that direction that you're looking for. Because I appreciate, and like the CEO said, that is why you have invested in this, is to have certainty. And just to add on what was already said, is linking it to the planning scheme is critical, because as you said, you are making isolated decisions based on a particular scale of a cadastre or a development. SAPs, specific area plans, are the critical tool that we have to then link those structure plans to those planning scheme. And then it has the bigger picture embedded in that scheme. So that when you're making that decision as a planning authority, it is linked to that broader direction that we've set in the structure plan.
Yeah.
So look out for the one coming, and you'll see the detail that we've gone into in terms of what that efficient use of open space development and then open space planning for public open space looks like.
That'll be good, because we know how particular I am with following rules these days. Thanks.
Do we have very much money put away for parks from previous subdivisions?
We had this number quoted the other day, but I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to give it to you because it'll get held in.
I'd be interested, maybe at a workshop we should.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments?
No, thank you. That just popped into my head.
All right. We will put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's all councillors present, and the motion is carried. Report number 15.003/26, lease of public land at Port Huon Sports Centre, mezzanine level. Further report. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor O'Neill, and a seconder. Councillor Jessup, wish to speak to this one, Councillor O'Neill?
No, I think this is all discussed at previous planning meeting, and
Any
all agreed.
other questions or comments? No. Closing remarks, Councillor O'Neill?
No, thank you.
I will put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. All councillors present, and the motion is carried. Report number 15.004/26, Huon Valley Community Awards Assessment Panel. Refer councillors to a recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Jessup and a seconder. Councillor Gibson. You wish to speak to this, Councillor Jessup?
Just very briefly, these are really important community awards, and we've noted over the last couple of years we've had very high calibre of nominees, and I really encourage everybody to encourage it. And I think I'd love to do this job, but I'm busy with other things, and I thank Councillor Doyle and Morsake for taking on the job, because there's a shitload of reading to do. So well done, and I hope you have lots of things to read. But no, I think it's a great, and thank you for your contribution to the job.
Congratulations.
Any other questions or comments? No? I will put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Please, all councillors present, and the motion is carried. Report number 15.005/26, Draft Local Government Electoral Bill. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Robinson.
Can I move this with a small amendment, which I now need to find and read? On B of the motion, so a submission be made in relation to the local government electoral bill discussion paper as set out in attachment 3 to this report, with the following alteration. The draft submission for the proposed section 7 be replaced with "this is supported." If I can explain that quickly if you
If you could just explain it quickly.
So it's just a flip on the election of the deputy mayor provision. And I'm doing that for the purpose of discussion, so that I think that's a criteria I'm not completely set on, and so I think it'd be valuable to discuss and be open to a different outcome on it.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that for discussion.
Councillor Gibson. We'll speak to the motion now. Councillor Robinson.
Dilemmas. So the provisions about whether we hold, whether the system stays, so whether the system stays the same, and we have another box on the ballot with nominations specifically for the role of deputy mayor, which is elected by the community, or whether we shift that process, as I understand it, the rest of Australia has done, so that the deputy mayor is elected by councillors on the floor of the new sitting council. I think I'm correct in that.
Yeah.
There's for election are things like having access to democratic process, which is really important. And I can see in that I've previously stood for the position of deputy mayor where I might not have stood for the position of mayor, because I've previously seen myself being better as a helper to the governance of council rather than the out in front leader. But on the other side of that is that different councils work in different ways, depending on who you get as mayor and what their strengths and weaknesses are. And as a council, you then have the capacity to respond to that, and to make a choice that helps your team, your organisation, to operate better in the circumstances it finds itself. I had a good conversation with Councillor Thorpe today, Deputy Mayor Thorpe, about how that situation might change in various times, and about how the Deputy Mayor role is kind of a stand-in for Mayor. But some councils use it as a bit of a helper role. And then if it's a stand-in for Mayor, is that an ad hoc, week at a time stand-in? You know, if the Mayor's got flu, then the Deputy Mayor steps up. I said, what if the Mayor is absent for a longer period of time? What if there's an injury that that takes them off work, or an illness for 6 months, or a term such as parenting leave. And my sense is that there might be different outcomes to, or different benefits of the choice in some of those different circumstances, which you can't take advantage of if you've got an elected position made by the community, which I trust, but for a generally perceived circumstance rather than each particular one. I guess the other thing is a really big overview picture, and that part of these reforms is trying to make the process easier and more efficient. So the figure quoted is that it would save something like $300,000 through the election process. And my guess is that that isn't counting expenditure from all those candidates for deputy mayor who are then putting out, I think they get an additional spending allowance for going for that role. So there's a lot of money, and it is a lot of money that goes into accessing this choice. My sense is that the choice is still there in electing the mayor of your council and in electing every councillor position. It's just allowing an adaptive management to that through the term rather than it being upfront and determined for 4 years. But I'm really interested in everybody's view.
Okay. Councillor Gibson.
I've been thinking about it too. And I mean, I would always push for the most democratic, but I think in this case, it's confusing for voters, it's expensive, and there's another factor which, for me, sort of swings it towards the elect around the table scenario, which is that a whole lot of people run for mayor, one person gets it, but the other people who don't, they're highly likely to be very good deputy mayor supporters, but they don't get that position because they're out. So I think that there's a strong likelihood that one of those failed mayor candidates could be voted in around the table as a.
Is that good for how a meeting would run though? The would-be
Look,
didn't get there.
It comes down to personalities. If you've got Hobart City
We'll
Council
be
type
fine.
ructions, then it doesn't matter what you do, they're going to be fighting
Somebody's
about
going
stuff
to
just
steal the
for fun.
lotties, aren't they? Yeah.
But here, and I mean, Councillor Robertson was saying, trying to be constructive, you choose the right person to be in that position. I think that's the way we look at things here, and I hope that continues. But you can't guarantee it.
Councillor Armstrong.
I've got a slightly different thought process about, and I appreciate both the points of view, they're sort of similar but different. Hypothetically, if the next council is none of us, and we've got people that have very little understanding of policy or council, we've got a mayor that's been voted in because of whatever reason, and then they all get together on the first meeting, and how would they choose a deputy mayor? Is it going to be a popularity contest? Is it going to be based on where they work? Is it going to be based on how community orientated they are? I think it takes away the fair system of people being able to choose who they want based on knowing them and what they do in the community. We could end up with a deputy mayor that isn't suitable but is very popular, because if there's obviously some people that are more known for other reasons than, people that might do an exceptional job of something.
And in Victoria, they have a rotating system for deputy mayor, which I think, I don't know, that sounds a bit confusing because I guess you put in your diary on the deputy mayor for that month or whatever.
I mean, basically the deputy mayor is just a councillor that does pick up, but you do have a connection to the mayor more so than other councillors. So it needs
following things pretty
correctly.
closely.
That's right. But I mean, it does need to be somebody that that is chosen for the correct reason, not just because they own a supermarket down the road and everybody knows them and say, good morning, mate, how you going every day, you know?
Well, some would say that's like government elections.
I was going to say, is that not an argument against having a popularly elected deputy mayor? Because the popularly elected deputy mayor may be the person who's most popular and not necessarily the person that's best at keeping records or managing the flow of business and so forth that a deputy mayor might do.
Well, that could work both ways.
It could.
No.
But I guess if you're
It probably
electing,
wasn't the best scenario to throw at you, but I get what you're
no, but
saying.
it is. I feel a little bit like maybe this place has seen something like that before, but I don't want to go there. So, yeah, and the council can choose its method of filling that deputy mayor position, whether it's you were mentioning, Councillor Gibson, like a rolling thing, but it could choose whether it's a full term or a part term or whatever.
The other point is that mayors used to be elected in the same way as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can make the same argument for all the positions that we get a rabble elected and then we find it out amongst the table. So I think either way, there's, yeah, and I'm not, no offence to Deputy Mayor Thorpe, but
Not a good night to discuss these things, really, is it?
yeah, can you just leave the room for no? The reality is the Deputy Mayor's role, which I've acted in briefly, is only as much of a role as the Mayor sort of allows it. There's no extra special secret password that Toby's got that allows him to get to the secret places. And it's really up to the Mayor to engage you or not engage you, sort of thing. So, yeah, it is, and in a way, if it's a popularity contest, you know, around the table, you get a partisan sort of sycophant to the mayor, but if it's elected by the general population, you can get somebody who the community sees as a good counterbalance or a good counter voice. I don't know what the answer is, I'm just rambling really, but I think you can make the case either way, I think, interestingly, yeah.
If I could make a comment just from my experience, because I've really got to say, and I hope Mayor Doyle doesn't mind me using this as an example, but I think some of the engagement that I've seen with other councils is a big motivation to this, like at LGAT and those sorts of things, is there are a lot of examples where mayors and deputy mayors aren't working so well together. Mayor Doyle and myself are two very different people, but from day one, we're able to make the commitment that we're both elected directly and had to respect those and actually move on from our difference of opinions, which still exists today, but actually respectfully move on and work together. I think not having a directly elected deputy mayor would remove that responsibility, but also the experience in being deputy mayor and a lot of these conversations around what sparks these conversations is there is a lack of, there's this balance of expectation versus clarity. You know, there's an expectation that you do step up because you are deputy mayor, but there's no clarity to what that step up is. So I've always said during these conversations is that if there needs to be a conversation around this position, but is it how that position is elected, or is it clarity and responsibility under the Act of what a deputy mayor actually has? And is that further to what currently exists in essentially just stepping up when I'm needed or when the deputy mayor is needed? Where is the clarity and responsibility under the Act to actually ensure that without removing the direct election component? Because I think that is the most democratic way. People have a direct say in who's elected, and councillors won't have responsibility on selecting the right deputy mayor or the wrong deputy mayor because you're not going to please everybody. Everyone voted for different people. But that's just my point of view that I really wanted to share because it's I think it is a bit more complicated.
There's no great solution, really.
There's no great solution.
Yeah, I can
It's a bit like the vice president in the US, got no job unless some bloke dies, and then they've got all the job. And it's not well defined in the Act.
But there is an expectation that that role is more than a councillor in a way, where in a sense it's not really until it's needed. And I think that's the conversation that has sparked this type of conversation as well across our colleagues at other local governments, which and the direct election being a component of that, or not directly elected, the election component being a component of that.
I think it'd be very deflating, like if one of us was to be re-elected and everybody else was new and we weren't chosen as a deputy mayor. Like that would be really deflating to have put in 4 years of really hard work, wouldn't it?
Elections can be deflating.
They are deflating, aren't they? But
It's more deflating not to be elected.
well, yes. I don't know. I prefer the public just to vote on what they want because they know us the best. Sorry, I'm finished. Yeah.
No, I just was raising my hand because I thought I'd like to say something as well.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I can't agree with the direct election, principally because I agree with Deputy Mayor Thorpe. I think it's part of our democratic process, and it is a role that I think is better suited to be elected on popular basis because, yeah, it is the person who steps up for the mayor. The mayor might be out of the picture maybe for a week to half a year, whatever the reasons might be, but the mayor might also decide halfway through the term or after a couple of days, I had it. And then the deputy mayor will be in the picture for the remainder of the term, which potentially could be quite some time. So I think there is a high justification to keep this as an elected, directly elected role.
It would be a by-election for the mayor.
Sorry, say it again?
It would be.
There would be by-election, sorry.
Unless it's within 6 months.
Yeah, true, that's true, yeah, okay. Maybe it takes a little bit out of air. Nevertheless, but in principle, I think we had this discussion around the electoral bill. We had the discussion around the reduction of councillor numbers and the redistribution of money within the councils. For me, I can't help it, but this is a trend that is removing democracy. We had this. What was the line? Tasmania has an over-representation per capita in councillors, and I think I said best back then that's a stupid problem to have. I think. How can you have a problem with over-representation? And just from principle, I would disagree to remove. Out of principle, I would disagree to remove this directly elected position. Just to come back to Councillor Robertson's point that it costs $300,000 or thereabouts to do this election for the deputy mayor, I don't think that cost should be a limiting factor to the outcome of democratic elections. Like if it costs what it costs, otherwise we could say, oh well, any election costs too much money. How do we make them all a little bit easier or a little bit cheaper? And I think that's something that we shouldn't be bargaining on. It costs what it costs, and the more representation, the better, I think. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Oh, it's back to me. Sorry to be a pain. Just a little bit concerned about this personal. Yes. So if I had to do that, there is no way that I would sit for anything because what I do with my personal life is my personal business. And what everybody else does with their personal thing is their personal business. My role as a councillor should not be written down. I don't care what people do in their own life, whether or not I've got a mortgage or not, or a loan on a car, or a bank card, or no money, or $1 million in the bank is no one's business except mine. And if that was to be a part of a requirement, and I don't care who's got that, if that's written down somewhere, somebody's going to share that information with somebody at some stage, that would be enough to dissuade me from ever becoming a councillor again. That's it.
What was our response to that? Sorry.
We don't want to have it, but it's wanting to be.
Through you, Acting Mayor, the response in the draft submission was based upon what actually happens in state parliament.
Yes.
I did a review on the documents that are in state parliament, and everybody can view them. They're up on the parliamentary website. And in the sense of, yes, they provide information, but the extent they provide information is extremely innocuous.
Very.
As you'll see in our attachment 3 draft submission, there are a number of comments made in relation to information that state politicians are not required to disclose, but for some reason more detailed information is proposed to be disclosed in relation to councillors.
Which live in a very small area.
Yes, and particularly spousal. If I if I borrow $5,000 from somebody, then is that person going to suddenly personal information has been provided? So to the extent there is good governance around personal interest returns, and the way the state government have it actually, I believe and consider is innocuous. But the extent that what they've put forward is beyond that.
It's
So
ridiculous.
effectively the submission is what's appropriate for the state, leave it at that.
I've got nothing to hide, but what my income and my partner's income and everybody else's income is no one's business except theirs. Where I live is no one's business. Whether the bank loves me or hates me is no one's business. And I don't want to know anybody else's business either. It doesn't affect how we, liaise as councillors. So therefore, why does it need to be there? I mean, what is the purpose of that, by the way? Like, do we have a purpose for that, or are they just sticky beaking?
So the purpose from the
Yes,
purpose
is
is
there
always
actually a purpose?
transparency. Councillors acting in your positions, you do have inherent interests, and you will get criticised for having those interests.
Yes.
Now, the best thing that you can possibly do is to the extent that being proposed to the same as state parliament, you have those interests out there and you follow them. We've had 2 councillors declare interests tonight that may or may not be enough for them to go out, but they've identified one not a decision, another one is a decision, probably best to go out. You are protecting yourselves and it is good decision making. What we're saving is, council reputation, that suddenly 4 councillors have voted and you've all got shares in human agriculture. Probably not a good example, but as an example, if you've got that declared, there's 2 things that can happen. One, up front that, okay, I'm going to be putting the hand up for anything which comes to this. And 2, if there are matters that are not in public, so they're dealt with in closed council, you don't even get given the material and information that relates to the council thing. So you are actually protected from any of that decision making. So there is protection for yourselves and there's good governance outcomes for the council.
But we do that anyway. Like we have our interests that we declare anyhow. This is personal stuff. I mean, how many generations do they want to go back? Do they want to go back to your maternal grandparents? Do they want to know what colour undies you're wearing? I mean,
The personal interest return that is drafted does not ask that. However, if you would like us to
no, I'm good.
amend the submission.
I am good. I mean, it's very personal though.
Councillor Jessup.
Yes.
Can you tell I'm offended?
Before you come.
A couple of more general comments. I think the 12-month residency or property ownership thing is a good change, and I think we have a diverse community and people who live in the community. I
Is
think
this the non-citizen voting rights? Is that?
yes, as opposed to standing, I think I'm probably more inclined to support citizenship for those standing for positions. But I think somebody who's lived here for 20 years but isn't a citizen, I think has just as much right to influence our voting. I am concerned also about personal information. I think there's 2 things that concern me. Is one, is it a different standard to the feds, to the state government? I just had a look with Mr. Grimsey at a couple of them, and they're pretty vague, innocuous statements from the members of parliament. So they say things like source of income, shareholding, dividends. But do I need to go into every shareholding I have? So there's an issue there, because I think the issue also that becomes weaponised by people, and we're always got people weaponised to look for indignation about something. But equally, I think there is an onus on me if I did have shares in Huon Agriculture, which obviously I don't because it's a private company, but if I did have shares in Huon Agriculture, I would have to declare that as clearly an interest beforehand. So it's almost taking away the emphasis on me to think about every time we come into this chamber about, am I making a decision that I may have a biased or an unclear objective of. So I think filling out an annual reply return vaguely doesn't do much. But I think on the other hand, if they, who administers it? The Act of Parliament, so probably the Office of Local Government. So if they said, no, we want more detail in your return about which bank do you have a mortgage with. So, I might as well just post my passport number on the dark web and say, come and have it all, people.
Yeah.
And it's been held by council staff, and I'm absolutely not saying that this would happen here, but we have seen councillors and council staff getting into cohorts and doing naughty things. So it opens up a range. The more detail you provide, the more exposure people have to be adversely influenced. But I do agree it's more transparency. But I think as Deb said, if everybody has to declare everything, I think that would be a put-off for people to run. And we're trying to actually increase the diversity of people. And we know that, union affiliations, I'm not a member of a union. I have been in the past. But, I know that we have the great union undoer as Treasurer of the State at the moment. And you wonder about, what has my union affiliation got to do with my decision-making? I think maybe if I was an office bearer in a union, maybe there's more concern there. Same as with associations. If a person's a member of a particular church, for example, which I'm not, but again, if people are, that can become a point of community. So I think we actually open up people to be vilified or attacked, or where we're trying to believe that we all put those things to one side when we come to the council. And clearly, if you're caught, figuratively with your fingers in the lolly jar or something, you get told off and you get slapped, and there's code of conduct, or there's higher involvement of the Office of Local Government. But I am concerned that this sort of very broad return, as opposed to a more narrow return, and an emphasis clearly on us reviewing every meeting that we go to and making that decision. So I think the example would be if we were voting on the, which we didn't, if we were voting on the EA, for example, and I was an ASU member, I probably would have to step out of that, to be honest. But again, who's going to go back to the return and check that? So again, it's up to our personal integrity. If we don't believe we've got personal integrity, well, we're screwed from the beginning, really.
It's also about safety of your family too, though.
Yeah.
Like, how much do you want to open up for people to scrutinise? And how?
Or to weaponise. I don't mind scrutiny. And if somebody asks me, are you a member of a union or do you, I'd tell them. But I just am concerned that we all, because we're trying to encourage more vulnerable and diverse populations to come into local government, and then we're giving stuff that bastards out there will weaponise.
Yeah, exactly.
And that really distresses me.
It's already tough enough being a councillor. I mean, let's face it, it's not a walk in the park most days, is it?
Well,
I mean,
you've been subjected to particular attacks in the past, and it's a really good example of.
It's not
how
for the
people
faint-hearted,
will-
that's for sure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to give any more leverage for attacking people than. I mean, there was none of this out there, and I still got attacked, by people. So.
I have one other question.
Sorry.
So in the legislation, it says a councillor who has resigned as mayor or deputy mayor may continue as an officer in office as a councillor. So how does that then work with the by-election? Would the nomination be
where you're
from the
acting
council?
mayor, that limits who can run. So there's no
If you vote
vacancy
together,
in the office of councillor,
Yeah, okay.
so it's a by-election from the sitting councillors, whoever wishes to nominate.
Yeah. And that's not explicit in there, but I'm assuming it's implicit, I suppose. Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Where do we stand on the deputy mayor?
So what was the amendment?
So that's the proposal that,
Currently the motion.
that's currently the motion is that the deputy mayor would be elected by councillors rather than popularly. But I'm happy, so if that fails, I'm happy to, would I re-propose the original motion? Foreshadow the original motion. Yep. So we're not going to wipe our hands of it because there's some really good work in this. And am I closing now? So that we go to a vote. And Councillor Gibson's point, actually, I think that was somewhere there in the background, but that potential that you might have 2 great leaders or even 3 or 4 be contesting the mayor position, and then none of those can actually function as your deputy mayor.
I did suggest that we could propose that the next one down gets the opportunity. You just keep going down through the ranking of votes until somebody says, yes, I'll be deputy mayor.
I'm a fan of simplicity. So what I'm proposing for here is the amended motion would be a more simple proposition for community, and we need to up our return rate from the sort of 60-70% return rate that we get in these elections. So it makes it simpler in terms of you vote for the group that you want representing you in council, and then you vote for the leadership rather than the leadership and the second leadership or the assistant leadership or whatever. So, yep.
So you're not reverting back to the original motion?
No.
So it's the amended motion it's not the motion in the report.
Correct.
Just so everyone knows.
And your motion is to vote around the table, which is maybe less democratic.
There is still a democratic process. There is still an election which allows that popularity test of leadership and candidates putting. Councillor Armstrong said, how would we know? We know the same amount of information about all these candidates as the community does.
Well, not necessarily.
A little bit more.
With the only difference, it's 14,000 people, 14,000 electors deciding on against 7 who are making up their mind who of those 7 is the best one. So I think
But who have the job for the next 4 years of acting on behalf of that
I mean,
14,000.
but I might have a stranger. I might not have ever known Paul.
Yeah.
You know, but probably 5,000 or 6,000 of those people might have known Paul that voted for Paul. You know. So I wouldn't be in a position to vote around the table because I wouldn't know them.
It's too vexed, and I retract my seconding of the. It's just too complicated, I think, to enter into it. If it ain't broke,
Vote against it. You can stay second and vote against it.
Let's put the motion.
Okay, so you'll stay seconder and...
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Robertson and Councillor O'Neill. And against? Councillor Gibson, Councillor Mosek, Councillor Jessup, Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Thorpe, which means that motion has lost. So we revert back to the report.
Let's move the motion, the original motion.
Move the original motion.
In a second.
Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Robertson, seconded by Councillor Gibson. I will put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's all councillors present, and the motion is carried.
Yeah, well,
simple
thank you
thing.
for making
Thank you, everybody.
Both motions fail.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, report number 15.006/2026, the review of the Southern Tasmanian Regional Land Use Strategy. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Jessup and a seconder, Councillor Gibson. Do you wish to speak to this motion, Councillor Jessup?
It was quite complicated, the report. And I thank the staff for not just brushing over it and giving it a ho-hum response. So there's some really great strategic thinking in there. I think it was a really good pick on the local Aboriginal community, and I'm just gobsmacks me that the report didn't acknowledge the fact that we've got a vibrant Aboriginal community in the Huon Valley. So
It actually does, if you read through.
Right.
Like that one sentence is taken out of context. I've got more to say about that
Okay,
later. but
well, maybe I stand corrected then, but reading the report, it was gobsmacking that it wasn't more detailed. And I think that 3.4 talks about there's little discussion around industrial land in regional areas. And I wonder if there needs to be a separate area mapping, looking at mapping the industrial land and trying to estimate supply, because I actually genuinely think that's a really big issue in regional areas. So it talks about industrial hubs in other places, but it sort of, from my reading of your report, or Matt, whose report it was, I wonder if that needs more attention.
Through acting mayor, well, it's not my area. I can say that it is some years old, but there was some work done, particularly which took into account the Huon Valley municipal area back in about 2016, 15 or something.
Yep.
So that is something that we
There
could
is
probably
some
take
data
to
that
build
can
on. Yeah.
But I think it should be in Stralis talking about, local employment hubs, moving employment around the community as well, not just having a hub in Kingston or Hobart for people to commute to. So, that's all I had to say, but thank you for the comprehensive report. It was hard reading, let me say.
dense.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Gibson?
Yeah, I had a few. What did I say? I generally, thank the staff for going through it so well as well. I really liked the vision statement, but in a lot of it, I can't see the levers in place to actually make it happen. So I don't know whether I need to read that out, but it's all about needing to, this vision of good urban design essentially. But to make it actually work, we need to actually put levers in place within the planning scheme that shifts towards sustainable and compact, human-centric design, and that's what we're all sort of trying to do. But I think an example I would like to put in is in the Tasmanian planning scheme, there's mandatory car space requirements, but you could have a reduction or a removal of that mandatory space within that 400-metre town centre boundary, and then you start to actually get pedestrian centred towns and things actually happen. But without the levers, nothing really changes. So I don't know. And the density targets, I think that we suggested were too low. I'd be looking at, we're talking about 15 to 22, and I think it's really, 30 to 50 is what you're looking for in those central areas, because that's what supports the walkable neighbourhoods, access to public transport, services, amenities. That's much more fire resistant, defendable in climate change, better for community building. So high density, it builds better. You end up providing better parks through the contribution from subdivision, stronger communities, as I said. And it also, I think, really helps with balancing the issue of biodiversity versus bushfire risk, because you can sort of leave certain areas being biodiverse and have denser areas of townships that don't have biodiversity but are safer in a bushfire. So I would like to see us pushing harder back against, for higher density, for pushing cars out of the centre of towns, and maybe having co-contribution where there's parking around the centre, and pedestrianising and densifying towns. So, and I also I did quite a lot of thinking about our comments about the Aboriginal that comment, and I went back to the actual report and read the whole thing, and it was very, very strongly saying that Tasmanian Aboriginals, whatever nation they came from, they are the custodians of holding heritage and place in the whole state. So it wasn't just saying that descendants from the North East Nation were the only people who did that. And I think, I mean, my understanding is that most of the Tasmanian Aboriginals in the Huon are descendants from the North East Nation, even though we haven't done the genealogy. Anyway, I think that we've sort of probably going into that with that what's in the report in a bit too much detail, and there's this use of the word Aborigine instead of Aboriginal and things. And I think it should be simplified. And I
Just be Indigenous, really.
what did I actually did have a go at rewording.
I don't know why it needs to bring out the North East nation, because there's certainly people around Circular Head, for example, who would have very, very strong opinions that it's not just.
Yeah, we don't want to enter into it.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think it should be just
I agree.
deleted from it because it's unnecessary, and we just say that there are Aboriginal people who are cultural custodians.
Yeah. If they want to make a statement, you could say most Tasmanian Aboriginals descended from a group of people from the North East Nation who survived ... And then you could remove the as no other nation survived, because that just makes it totally contentious, and just start with today's Tasmanian Aboriginal people carry the responsibility for lands, waters, seas, skies, etc., etc., etc. So that would be my suggestion, but I wouldn't go into wade in too much about
Politics of Aboriginal nations within Tasmania.
yeah.
Why would you want
There-
to head into that line?
Yeah, we don't know, and stay away is my advice. And that's after talking to CTAC about it.
Do you want, is that a question, or are you going to move that change?
I would like to make that change, yeah.
Okay, can you just clarify that again?
That Huon Valley Council, well, I think what you could say, Huon Valley Council feels that this statement is unnecessary, divisive, and as it limits Aboriginal people in Tasmania to direct descendants from the group taken to Flinders Island when the genealogy has not been done. This is considered to cause anger and alienation within the Aboriginal communities and is contrary to law. I tried to ring Matthew because I didn't know about this. Contrary to law and the reference to that, and maybe we could get Matthew to explain what that is all about because I don't know it. And then we suggest rewording to most Tasmanian Aboriginal descend from a small group of people from the North East Nation who survived, ... the rest of what they said, and remove, as I said, remove the as no other nation survived and just start with today's Tasmanian people, Aboriginal people carry the responsibility for all lands, waters and seas and skies, and then go on from there.
Doesn't that depend there at all?
I think so. I think it's truth telling about, our history. I think it's pretty, yeah.
Because it reminds me of the battle between the Northern Aboriginal community and the Southern Aboriginal community, which we all know has been an ongoing thing for years and years and years. Are we not triggering things by, could we just make it really general?
I think that's what that is almost.
I think it's a pretty safe statement.
Can you read it again, please? Sorry.
Most Tasmanian Aboriginals descend from a small group of people of the North East Nation who survived, and then you go on to the rest of that. And then you remove the as no other nation survived and just say today's Tasmanian Aboriginal people carry the responsibility for all lands, waters, seas and skies. So it's broad. We don't mind from what nation they came, to be honest.
Okay, so you've moved that as an amendment?
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for that?
The question is whether we, and I'd seek advice on this, whether we push any harder on the density of jumping up to 30 to 50 houses per hectare within the 400 metres, which is, I think it's actually a really nice density. It's got, if you imagine, small terrace allotments, parking separated away, much less driveways, lots of walkability and shared parks. That's a sort of image. Whereas the 15 to 22 is basically, well, you can do the maths, but it's basically suburban Australia with small lots, which I think is missing the point. Everybody's got their own little lot. They've still got to fit their cars, 3 cars and the shed and everything, and it ends up being
And the trampoline.
yeah, and it's all, but it's all too tight, and the houses are all up against the fences, and so you've got the worst of all worlds. You better jump straight through, just in those central areas, to something that is really livable as a pedestrian. Yes.
So specifically service hubs, you're saying you're recommending 30 to 50 is
Yeah.
what you'd prefer?
Yeah, and I think we had written in
We got
15 to
15 to
22.
22.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
like 15 to 22.
Yeah, you're right. It's a suburban type format, and I mean that increased densification is the stuff that we're pursuing at the moment through our structure plans and ZAPs, et cetera. So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on here simultaneously. I don't know what your thoughts on that, Lila. I mean, generic.
Yeah,
This
this is at a strategic scale.
Yeah.
So I guess
Yeah, that's what we want.
Yeah, that's what we want. But there are cases where, when you get into the detail of like we're doing with structure planning, and again, you'll see it in the Huonville structure plan, there are some areas where that density doesn't make sense for a variety of reasons around maybe aged infrastructure that we're not going to be replacing anytime soon, or limited this or that. So I guess it's balancing that. But I think by signaling...
Infrastructure, aren't we better to have densification though?
Yeah, but the infrastructure has to have the capacity to service that infrastructure. Because you're still going to have you're going to have more people in a smaller area. So what I'm saying, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. What I'm saying is, I think at a strategic level, if we want to shot across the bow to say this is what we actually want to see. We want to see increased density. I don't see it as an issue, because when we get down to the strategic level, in the regional structure planning level, we'll be able to say, yes, we reference that point as, yes, we want increased density. And then we do that in the finer detail and show where that can happen. You know what I mean?
Once the particular place-based work has been
Correct.
done locally.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
So yeah, broadly supported, because we're doing exactly the same thing. You'll see it again with Signet around old school farms. Yeah.
It's been shown to work.
Yeah, I just don't know if as a general recommendation, that kind of upscaling to recommend that for all service hubs.
Well, it's like when you're putting these sorts of ratios on and zonings, it's just a paintbrush, and it doesn't happen straight away, but over time, that's the image. That's what sort of happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, if I haven't heard anything to say that it's a bad idea, so I'll amend that as well.
Okay.
That's two things.
So you did second the motion, so I
Oh, okay.
can't find another seconder, but we can refer back to Councillor Jessup, as the mover of the motion, to see if he would be happy with those amendments.
Just what was the addition?
So it's densification of the hubs around centres of towns, the 400-metre ring.
And that's rural towns as well as.
Yes, they're all defined. If you go through the thing, it's defined what is a town and what isn't.
And then the other comment was the Aboriginal.
I think it's in Huoners, Jeeves and Signet.
I'm happy with both of those. But if I jump in and talk, there's not a lot of talk in here about sort of the rural living interface stuff at all. And I remember when they did that little Teams hookup they did ages ago, where they said, "Oh, we won't be prescriptive; we'll be much more generic." They've actually just been prescriptive. So urban growth and metropolitan urban boundaries provide additional residential. There's nothing about in here that I can see quickly going through it where it talks about, so any proposed growth outside of towns or village boundaries demonstrates residential growth should be prioritised within existing rural residential zoned land where it's adjacent to towns or village boundaries. So I'm just wondering, and that's 3.1.2.2G. I'm just wondering, Lyle, in your reading of particularly, if there's any, have they taken into account any of that sort of rural densification area of existing sort of hamlet areas to be able to densify them, or have they just ignored it, or are they saying don't do it?
I think they hold it. So we obviously, our rural living densification project is coming to an end. It'll also be coming in February. And we provided the feedback in line with the work we've been doing in that space. I don't want
What was their response?
Their response was broad. I don't think they want to put their cards in a particular, or their eggs in a particular basket. So they've kept it quite broad to allow for sort of nuances at that local level.
So you think it's vague enough that we could do the things that people want to do within reason?
Within reason, okay. Yeah, within reason.
That was my only concern. I don't want to. It does look to me about let's shove everybody in towns, and I absolutely agree that towns should be densified and have a range of living options for people. But I don't think everybody should be herded into towns. I suppose that's
The current Stralis is quite explicit in terms of rural living as a zone, and really discourages it actually. But that hasn't stopped us from, through the LPS process, we looked at when we transitioned applying rural living. So that
are they less prescriptive in this new?
And I'd say they probably are less prescriptive. So again, there's still that opportunity. If we can provide a suitable case for the local context, I see there is an avenue for that.
Cool. Thank you.
Perfect. So confirming both those changes from Councillor Gibson.
I think it's 3.1.2.3, planning for regional growth areas.
So it's on page 528 of our papers. 3.1.2.3B1 has the number service hubs 15 plus dwellings per hectare within 400 metres. So is that where you're proposing to amend the 15 plus to?
50.
Do you want to make it 30 plus, or?
Look, I just did some research and looked into it, and that was the bracket they used, 30 to 50. I don't know what the difference, how different.
I'm just looking. Staff have suggested a number plus for each of those levels.
Yeah. Okay.
So it provides some.
15 to 22 plus is hubs.
Well, it's in the submission, the comment and submission paper in front of me, I'm saying 15 plus.
I think there's the other table that says another number. It refers to table 2. I just tried to find it because I remember the 22 as well, having read it somewhere.
Through you, Acting Mayor, can I make a suggestion? Yes. Rather than trying to sort of come up with a number now, is there any way you could maybe just allow us to, I understand where you're coming from, and we can look at those, we can do more thorough, we can go and do that research and look at those optimal densities with understanding the vision that you're trying to achieve, and then give us through, I'm sure General Counsel will advise, but give us some discretion to sort of reflect on those numbers and increase them as we see fit, and then reference that in terms of that background research.
Sure.
So just to clarify, Acting Mayor, we're talking page 527.
Yes.
And the third last dot point, density target scale to town type.
Yep.
E.g. service hubs 15 to 22 plus.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
You do also on page 528.
Yeah.
At CI, it then further talks about structure plans are required, and we do actually need to sync, if we're changing one, we need to sync it up with the following advice on that as well, where it recommends capacities where you need a structure plan. So if there is a way, and there's an appetite for it amongst council, I do really like Director Ground's suggestion of letting us do some work to take the density, if everyone's supportive of that density sentiment, because that's the strategy we've been on anyway with what we're doing, to craft what that right number should be and make sure it's reflected equally across the whole thing. Because there's a lot of work here. It's just like, yeah.
So when does this when does this have to go in to go back? What's the deadline?
February, 22nd of February.
22nd of Feb.
So we have time.
Could we get the
Yeah, we could circulate it to
Circulate
what
it.
the number is for sure.
Yeah.
Yep, and why, like give you the context and what that
Yeah,
number is. Yep. Yep.
I mean, I guess then we just don't have the. Well, I don't know. Do we want to set a minimum beforehand or not? I don't know.
I don't know.
My sense is that if councillors are giving staff the feedback that a higher minimum would be realistic and strategically purposeful, then that's the feedback we need to give with staff to find that number.
I'm happy with that.
Okay. Everyone happy
On that?
on that? Any other questions, comments?
I bring up the past, but they use landscape venues quite throw it around quite a bit, and it means the aesthetic, cultural, natural features of a place that contribute to its scenic appeal, identity, or character. Again, one of the problems that we had and one of the problems that Kingborough are currently having is a really poor definition of what landscape is. And like my wife's a POM, she likes hedges and rolling green paddocks and thinks that's landscape. You talk to somebody else, they might think that trees are landscape and stuff. So there's a lot of emphasis on landscape venues, but it's potentially a fairly myopic sort of definition. I don't know. I don't know how you test it. Yeah. We're all looking at Lyle Bailey. Don't mention law.
No pressure, no pressure.
But I've gone through, I've searched the 35 mentions of landscape and there's no definition that it's just something that was so broadly applied by previous people, it just got all of us into a knickers in a knot.
Landscape is perceived by people differently. I mean, when you look at photos, you've got earth landscape and sea landscape, and it just depends. Perhaps you could say a combination of both land and water and
I don't know if there is there's certainly a formula that people like Inspiring Places use to judge the landscape value. It's about where it's seen from as well. But that level of consideration doesn't go, but maybe this isn't the right paper for it, maybe, and I suppose that's the issue, is the state doing any further work on landscape overlays and stuff, but just to do something which I think is quite dumb, to say anything over 100 metres is clearly scenic, just gets you into all sorts of trouble, and that's what other places have done, and they're in all sorts of trouble. Anyway, I don't know what the answer is, but I'm just making the point.
could we just adjust it later because landscape is in there?
And I think that's more the point of it still doesn't answer some of the definitional issues that have made planning so contentious in rural areas. And I think, Matt, you came up with some really, really good words during the LPS stuff about the unique topography and the unique interplay of agricultural and rural and landscape values makes it really difficult to define some of those things in places like the Huon Valley. So I don't know if there's some way of, when you're thinking about it, put that there needs to be a recognition that landscape is different depending on the context, I suppose. Sorry to re-traumatise.
Response from that?
I'm happy to let that stew in the work that these guys are doing. But again, I'm happy also to hear that if you come back and say, no, landscape needs to be defined in a different document that's a lower level document, which is possibly true as well.
Deputy Mayor, I'd say broadly, I think that the theme of our comment is that there hasn't been enough attention to you know what I mean? There needs to be more sort of focused attention in terms of the strollers on the rural context. You know what I mean? So that is landscape, that is rural living, that is rural as a zone, and all those myriad of uses that can occur in it. And how do we want to see that at a strategic level? How do we want to see that pattern of development? So I think it's sort of, I appreciate your point, and I know it's not explicit, but I think it's captured in what we're saying here, which is, hey, you kind of forgot us, and you need to apply more thinking in that space, in the rural space.
It is
Very
sensitive.
sensitive.
I'm happy.
Okay, Councillor Robinson.
Can I follow on from that? And I've emailed a couple of suggested tweaks which might amend the motion. So if you check your email, you might find with the following alteration. So the first one leans on that landscape definition and is in the strategy 3.4.2.2a, proposes deletion of, while recognising that forestry in existing state forests and private timber reserves will alter landscape characteristic and visual amenity. To recognise that forest utilisation occurs at a variety of scales and intensity, necessitating management of land use interfaces and amenity while supporting housing, construction and regional economies. And that's kind of, there's this I read that statement, forestry will alter, and went, not necessarily. And much of our landscape, much of our scenic landscape here is the product of forest utilisation over the past couple of centuries. So it has altered our landscape. And land clearing has made our beautiful agricultural valley. We should be cognizant of that if we're wondering where the carbon came from. Anyway, so that's my first proposal. And the second is to the point following that, 3.4.2.2b, substitute changing for in decline to recognise the ongoing role of these industries may involve growth as well as decline. And if we're open-minded about this, industries change through time. So we saw in the Huon Valley a huge orchard industry covering every inch of flat and getting into the really steep lands. And then in the 60s, early 70s, that government's paying to push orchards out. These days we see blueberry farms spreading up in them there hills, or other little orchard projects and vineyards, which classically operate well on poor fertility, dry soils. So the complete opposite of what we viewed as good agricultural land in the past and in our current system. I've worked in some landscapes where plantation expansion has created landscape challenges, whether it's a significant increase in growing forests sucking water from water tables and drying out local rivers. Now, those landscapes probably supported forests in the first place as part of those river catchments, but the argument being that rapid change can have significant impacts. And the point is that it just needs thinking about. So, yeah, those would be suggestions that I would make if someone could second that.
So you move those two points as an amendment?
Yep.
So you're changing the wording of that?
Yep. And I the other thing I would say, so which I was going to say first, is there's a really bold comment at the start of the staff proposal that council cannot support the exhibited draft Stirless in its current form, and I want to note how bold that comment is, but also how thorough the staff response has been to that. It's a really huge, thorough response. However, it doesn't go into everything. So yeah, but I'm like big thumbs up for the effort there.
So you wanted to soften that initial statement, do you, or
No, I'm
stick with it?
proud of staff for standing by their convictions.
And I do as moving the motion, I do certainly, looking at part B, both part A and B in the document are very negative. So plan for the adaptation and transition of local towns where forestry and other extractive industries are in decline. But yeah, you still might have forestry, but if we actually had a specialty timber furniture making sort of area in Franklin, for example, we could have, great economic development and continuation. So it does, it's basically saying we need to prepare for these industries to not be there and replace them with tourism. Now we all know that there is a fallacy that tourism isn't going to replace every business in there. So I agree that that's a bit harsh. And the first one, it's interesting. Consider the interface between land use for primary industries such as mining and forestry, but it doesn't mention primary industries such as growing apples or cherries. So you drive down the Grove Strait, wouldn't that be a horrible drive if it was just all gum trees?
Oh, Castle Falls.
But yeah, it's a beautiful drive because it is diverse and it is, so I think, it's setting up this false dualism of you either have one thing or the other, and I think that's a bad.
It's the mix that's interesting.
Yeah, it is a mix that makes landscape and visual amenity. Whereas what they're saying is that while recognising forestry and existing state forests and private timber reserves, blah blah, will alter landscape characteristics and visual amenity. Well, it's all changing. As a friend of mine said, we're all raving about the death of the button grasses out in the forest fires over the last couple of years, but that's our lifespan view. 200 years' time, the button grasses will probably be back, but we just see the world in our little view of our little world. So I support Amy's, Councillor Robertson's changes there. I don't think they're particularly radically pro-forestry or pro the destruction of the world.
No.
So Councillor Jessup accepts those amendments as the mover of the motion. Would you, as the seconder, Councillor Gibson?
I just realised that I'm just reading them carefully to make sure that sorry.
It's not a trap for me.
I think it sounds right. It's
Okay,
I'll second that.
perfect. So they were adopted to the motion. Are there any other comments, or are we happy to put the motion now?
Just one last question with regard to back to the centres of towns and the planning around vehicles. Is there a way, or does it not fit into this sort of level of strategy? It's more of a Tasmanian planning scheme thing, but can we make a suggestion about changing the way cars are dealt with in those central areas to make it more pedestrian focused?
So amending the parking requirements specifically.
Yeah. I mean, we deal with them as designers all the time. They just drive a product which is concrete and cars, and it's hot and
So you're talking about
bad for pedestrians.
big cities, or are you talking about our townships as well? What's
Centres
your-
of towns, I'm talking about.
So that would be our town, for example,
Yeah.
like taking.
Yeah, Huonville. Over time, over a period of time.
Okay, through you, Acting Mayor. I guess looking at, so going back to the community views survey data, some of that and some of the other data we have, obviously in our local context, majority of our residents rely on vehicles at the moment.
Because that's the setup.
Yeah. So I guess if the intent is to push that at a strategic level, you'd want to have a strategic statement stating that we want to try, as you just said, I won't repeat it. And then at the Tasmanian planning scheme stage, we need to amend, based on their strategic position, amend the provisions so that they reflect that. So I guess if you did want to do that, and I see where you're coming from, yeah, I would suggest then putting something in there, or suggesting they consider putting something in there that is a strategic statement, and then it can be dealt with at the provision stage and then at the structure planning stage.
It's just shifting the dial in that direction as planning happens.
I guess it starts it starts the conversation where we then start looking at, and we had discussions on it earlier around transport and and that public, because it's not just local residents, it's residents coming in, because these are service centres. So your rural residents coming in to seek services, they also need a means to get in there.
I'm not saying get rid of roads. I'm just saying.
No. But it has to be. They are going to use. They have a means of transport to get in there. They have to park that car. If it's a car, they have to ride that bike. So it's understanding that bigger picture. So strategic level, and then we deal with it at that structure plan.
So can I leave that with you as well to do the wording?
Writing my notes.
Okay. It's going to be a bit of a vague notion, but Matthew will fix it.
I've lost track of where I'm a bit confused about stuff now. Can you clarify, I'm not confused. So we're talking about down the track, obviously, and, having a strategy. Strategic planning, correct. So when you're describing this vision of yours, can you word that for me so that I can see it?
There's actually pictures on the web. So if the staff are going to reword it, I can send you some links to
That'd be
look at,
good.
which is probably better.
Yeah, I think so, because I'm having trouble picturing it in my head, and I'm thinking, how does that all correlate together? And because I don't have that architect mind.
And there's the stuff that Lockie sent round from New South Wales a while ago, that CEO sent round to us all.
Yeah, the New South Wales Government Architects, like good design guidelines for density.
Yeah, because that gives some really good examples of what
I get the medium density.
In New Zealand too, future-proof.
It'd just be really good to actually have a visual for me, because I like visuals in my head. And it also gives me, not now, but I'm happy to go with the motion, because I think the thought process, and I think I understand it enough, but it'd just be good to have some clarity.
Okay. Take that.
Yep.
I just need to hear what the wording of this motion
me
is,
too.
because effectively you're saying you've now got this, a recognition of an appetite for greater density in the central area, for want of a better word, and now the attention to parking areas, and you're effectively saying provide that to staff to provide some context and recommend a number to make those amendments, but just ultimately to do it by circular. But we need to be quite
That's going to happen. That's what I'm
particular. I'm looking at Matt, and I'm also getting bloody tired.
So we had 4 things we're changing, aren't we?
Through you, Acting Mayor, I'll give it a shot. So the motion as it is to make the submission with amendments to address a number of matters that we'll talk to you about. No, with amendments to address the following matters, now specifying these, of course, in the comment and submission response to the Tasmanian Aboriginal people today, suggest that the wording in the strategy on that line be most Tasmanian Aboriginals descend from a small group of people of the northeastern nation who survived, removing as no other nation survived, simply saying today's Tasmanian Aboriginal people carry the responsibility for lands, waters, seas and skies of Lutruwita. To have the service centre density to be updated to a minimum of 30 plus, to be reflected on page 6 and page 7 for structure planning. Recognition of landscape in the context of the region. The word-for-word matters that Councillor Robertson put in relation to the 3.4.2A and B, and I haven't actually worded this one yet, but it's how cars are dealt with in central areas of towns and pedestrianising them. Lol, to do a wording.
Greater focus on removal of vehicles and greater pedestrian access in.
Okay. Focus of removal of vehicles and pedestrianising centres of towns.
Yeah.
There you go. Right. Yep.
the only, I did intend that previous paragraph to be included in our suggestion, the one saying Huron Valley Council feels that this statement is unnecessary and divisive, all of that sort of stuff.
Yes, in place of that.
You didn't, did you got that, I think I sent that, didn't I? And then the suggestion of the rewording. So there's two paragraphs there.
I think you read it.
Can I be procedural and suggest that it's really, really valuable when we do these amendments if if all of us can have the wording in front of us? Because when they stack up, particularly, it gets difficult. And along the lines of that, if we haven't got wording for the car one, and I'm not even sure which item of the draft submission it fits under, so I'm not sure where you're proposing to fit it.
Won't that be just a dot point that the staff will put in the submission?
Willis does not actually doesn't talk about it. So it's got this fantastic vision statement, but one of the major levers to actually make that vision happen is dealing with transport of cars.
That one we're going to have to be inserting as a general statement somewhere, but we're going to need to go dive in and work out how to make it clear.
Pay the big bucks.
Yeah. Well, it's been good. I mean, thank you for your acknowledgement before around. Yeah, there's been a lot of work done, and you guys have added a tremendous amount of value and steerage that's been in line with other stuff that we've discussed. So it's really valuable, but it is, we just got to make sure that it's of a good high standard, not just insert stuff just sort of willy nilly, which I think we all agree on.
Thank you for making my emotion greater.
Sorry. Through acting, I'll just do this so I can circulate this round to councillors.
Just circulate it, and then we do need to move on. But
it's not finally perfect in wording, but hopefully.
Have you got something in that the staff will tidy it up?
Yeah.
Fix it.
Modify it.
And we can have another go when we get the minutes. Anyway, we can change it. I've just seen the email that
that's been circulated.
I've just seen the email that Paul's sent through, and I have no problem with those two statements being included somewhere.
They read okay?
Yeah, I think that's pretty well agreed to. Oh, the federal courts, yes.
I see. Councillor Gibson.
Yes, you can dig into that and have a look. Things.
Yeah, that gives me a vision.
Great to see some of that stuff around.
Mm.
Did you send that
Bit
to
of
all?
interest, isn't it?
Paul, did you send that to all?
Did everyone receive this motion from Matt?
Yes.
Yes.
And as mover of the motion, I'm happy to accept those amendments.
Gibson and seconder. Wait for a nod from everyone to make sure you read it.
Yep. I'm read.
Rosek, you got good with that? All right, we'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. And that's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Report number 15.007/2020/26, Federal Parliamentary Inquiry into the Financial Sustainability of Local Government. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Gibson and a seconder. Councillor Jessup. Do you want to speak to this one, Councillor Gibson?
Look, I think it's the tying of. I think it's been pretty well covered. I did have a question here. I wrote down. So, where does the money handed out to by the state government as electoral promises come from? Is that fags federal assistance grants coming down through state and then being channeled back, or is it?
Yeah, you can.
Through Acting Mayor, generally state government elections come from state government consolidated revenue, borrowings, etc. Sometimes they may perhaps have arrangements with the Commonwealth Government. But, generally, it comes from their GST allocations and revenue and everything.
And I think we've made the comment pretty strongly that having the federal assistance grants sort of tied up and not having them, not knowing where they're coming from hinders long-term planning. But I mean, that's the thing that I think is really destructive.
Any other comments on this one? No? Do you want to close, Councillor Gibson?
That's fine,
I'll
thanks.
put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's all councillors present. The motion is carried. 15.008/26 single startup permit discussion paper. Refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to read the motion? Councillor Jessup and a seconder. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to speak to this one, Councillor Jessup?
I agree with the, I suppose the emphasis of the report is where yet again this government planning department is coming up with a solution to a problem that they've created that they haven't bothered to solve, which is a shitty planning scheme. And it's lazy, it takes away a level of control from councils, but expects us to do all the work and be responsible for all the things that stuff up. I think, as was mentioned, there's no fees coming to council, but we're expected to do all the work. So it's a shift, it's a cost transfer of 1.15 FTE or something down to us. Now, mind you, I think the concept of having a central portal where things are delivered, I know the WA government did that 30 years ago. I was involved in a project with that. But also, with the assistance of AI now, so many more things should be able to be streamlined. So I think it's an overly cumbersome bureaucratic solution to just fixing the system and getting on with it.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Armstrong?
I just want to let it be known that I have actually done a haircut on the back of a tractor in a paddock before. And
Did you have a permit for that?
I did not have a permit for that. I mean, realistically, how is anybody going to regulate any of this? Like, if this was to become a thing, people are already doing this. People have been doing it for a long time. And then how do you decide who is more important? It's I don't think it's going to work. I think it's just another waste of time and another piece of paper spat out from people that are trying to make complicated things more complicated. How do you determine who has what where? I think it's a waste of time. Sorry. Shall I be more truthful and forward?
But I think there's ways to improve that. Like, I remember when every food van had to get a permit to operate in every local government area, and some bright smoking local government got together and said, why don't we just have a common use? So there's simpler solutions to coming up with yet another layer of bureaucracy.
Absolutely.
Who's going to administer this simplified system? God, don't give it to state planning.
No.
Disaster.
Okay.
Those staff have done it. I really like this paper. I think it's really well done, and it talks about fix the root cause, not just another bureaucratic band-aid.
Rip it off.
Any other comments or questions? No? Would you like to close, Councillor Jessup?
No, good piece of work.
All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All councillors present, and the motion is carried. Okay. Report number 15.009/26, review of the Southern Tasmanian Council Authority. Refer councillors to the recommendation of this report with a
Through you, Acting Mayor, just something that was going to be added to the report was the latest version of the agreement as attachment 2. That was not finalised, and so unfortunately we hadn't had the report updated. You've seen the first iteration of the agreement in the original discussion paper anyway, which is being worked on and improved. So we're just proposing to just amend C to, paragraph B, to remove the words contained in attachment 2 to this report.
Okay. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Robinson? Yes. And a seconder? Councillor O'Neill? Councillor Robinson, would you like to speak to this motion?
No, let's
Let's do it. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Jessup?
So RDA, Regional Development Australia, is a federal government quango with a mandate to help regional development, hence they're offering their services. What's the funding continuity of that organisation, and do we know if it has it got is it a well-established thing, or is it something that Mr Albanese set up yesterday, or?
No,
do we know from that?
I don't know that. It's been around for a long time. It's it's well established. With a good track record and great and good respect. I think it brings a lot of sort of wider thinking and awareness of what is going on at a federal level. There's some good connections established through there. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? No?
Sorry, I just have one.
Yep.
I just forgot about it before. So we currently contribute $6,500 annually.
Yep.
Is that a set rate for a certain amount of time, or will that vary?
It may vary according to what our scope is as we go forward, but basically at establishment we're on equal footing with what the old association was to carry that forward. And a key difference here is where if we then spin up particular projects, it's an opt-in and fund accordingly. That was one of the issues that would happen that came up frequently before. We just could never get consensus on all the things, unwillingness to pay, etc. So, but yeah, that baseline funding.
It's a really modest fee. I was just interested. Really out of curiosity to see.
I mean, that's not going to materially shift unless we are able to demonstrate really good value coming out of this thing, which is why it was about keep the subscription model modest and equal to what it has been, but opt in and pay further if you want to get part of bigger project.
No, that's cool. That's fine. Thank you. I was just curious as to how we arrived at that number and how long we were there for.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Any closing remarks, Councillor Robinson?
I'm just thinking that there's a shift in model from it being a locally based beast trying to act regionally under state legislation, but we're bringing in a different oversight that has fingers in the pie of regional development all around Australia, but has that more strategic perspective. And I think that often helps to avoid being bogged down in the weeds. So that would be my closing comment.
Okay. I will put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. So all councillors present, the motion is carried. Report number 15.010/26, Draft Residential Parks Bill. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Mrosek and a seconder. Councillor O'Neill. Would you like to speak to this motion, Councillor Mrosek?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just briefly, I think it's a good piece of legislation coming in at the right time. We all would remember 2024's AGM with the tiny house movement. kind of complaining about their worries and their uncertainty within where they sit with their type of housing. And I appreciate council's position on the bill in general, but also the highlight that was put out regarding the tiny house community to just create certainty for this type of housing as well. I particularly like the suggestion of a potentially new use class, and something like that could be maybe even introduced into the building code, which could potentially eliminate all those issues of this is not a dwelling, this is not quite a caravan, and how is this to be connected? For the main issue is always the sanitation and wastewater disposal, and if this was addressed in a sufficient way, the issue of this part of the housing community or this housing type would disappear. So I think it's a great idea for council to put the emphasis on that next to clarifying a few other things that have been picked up in the submission. So yeah, good work and great submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? No? I will put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. All councillors present, the motion is carried. Report number 16.001/26, the Finance Report, December 2025. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Armstrong and a seconder. Councillor Gibson. Councillor Armstrong, do you wish to speak to this motion?
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Any other questions or comments on this report? Yeah, Councillor Gibson.
Okay, so the annual, I'm just reading here, point 21, the annual forecast has been updated based on projections to December. Underlying forecast is similar. So there doesn't seem to be a lot of variation in things like wages or stuff like that, which is unusual when you're 6 months into a period. So has the forecast, how well have the forecast been updated, I suppose, is what I'm saying, or are we tracking very similarly to what we thought we would?
Yeah, the answer is we're tracking very similarly to what we thought we would. Yeah.
Good. Well done. I was trying to get you to give Ray an
Sorry, yeah.
I thought you were really hanging out until you asked the finance question. No, yeah, well done. Well done. If it's tracking to that, the underlying deficit's still a concern, but it's nowhere as big a concern as some other councils. So I'm happy that we're doing okay.
Any other questions or comments? No? Any closing remarks, Councillor
No, thank
Armstrong?
you.
No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. To all councillors, and the motion is carried. Report number 17.001/26, Franklin Cenotaph Relocation Project. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move the motion? Councillor O'Neill and a seconder, Councillor Jessup. Do you wish to speak to this motion, Councillor O'Neill?
Oh, no, we've asked the local community what they want, and we've all got different ideas on what the best outcome is, but I think you've got to respect what the locals want to do, and that's what we're doing.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for this report?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Not the Gallipoli pine, the Norfolk Island pine that's here. So that one of them's going to be removed. Is that part of the plan? Do we know?
Now, through your acting mayor, there's no tree removal plan so far, and as mentioned in the report, we will explore alternative options.
No, because the trees are deteriorating the statue, I thought. Maybe not. Yeah, good. And then what we're going to do is is move towards a lower level platform to do the ceremonies. Is that where we've headed towards now with that grant?
That's one of the options we're considering.
So,
We have
so
the
we're still working on options? Yeah, okay. Because, look, I quite clearly support the statute staying, but I also quite clearly don't support people standing on the road, verge at dawn, on a national highway where people drive down. So that's, we don't want any more fallen as a result. But it's a really important statute, and the community feedback's been really quite strong. So I'm glad that council's worked to really solve a problem that our forefathers and DSG have created for us. It's really DSG that's driving not to have that ceremony there to some extent, and just common sense.
I mean, reasonably so, because it is.
Yeah, that's right.
pretty unsafe.
It's-
So I don't think it's, I don't want to be
So
fussing bucks.
I tell you, what I'm saying, it's not us trying to cause a problem, it's us trying to solve a problem for
That's right. And we saw the opportunity through this grant funding to try to be proactive and bring that forward. And obviously it's been unpalatable to move it. So now we've just got to work within the budget constraints of what's possible to try to find a reasonable balanced alternative. So that's what we'll work forward and present what those options look like.
We could do the service from a bus and just park the bus on the bus stop. Perfect space, perfect use of space, everyone's safe.
Any other questions or comments?
I'm just being practical.
Councillor Jessup just did remind me of something. I thought it was the majority of the population of the people that responded did want that tree removed, which I found unusual. Is that the case? I just thought I read that a high percentage of people actually wanted that tree removed.
Yeah, I read some people wanted it removed also.
Yeah, which I found surprising. So I don't know. Anyway.
But it's a nice tree. We can leave it there.
Okay.
Yep.
Happy with that?
Happy with that.
Any closing remarks, Councillor O'Neill? That's it. All right. I will put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All councillors present, the motion is carried.
That was the whole, I thought so too.
18, Community and Place Reports, 18.1. Report number 18.001/26, the Annual General Meeting Resolution, Use of Traditional Burning Practices. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Is there a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Robinson, and
Can I move it with a small amendment? So in D, instead of saying that limit immediate implementation opportunities, I think that sets a bit of a defeatist attitude towards the task. So I maybe amend limit to challenge.
that limit to
No,
challenge.
that challenge
Sorry.
immediate implementation opportunities. That's a challenge. It's not necessarily limited and unachievable.
Is there a second for that motion? Councillor Gibson. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Robinson?
I may have had a glimpse at some strategic bushfire management plans that are in draft form at the moment. And I think that as a community, we need to get our heads around burning a lot better than we do at the moment. I think that is a significant challenge, and many would regard it as having limited potential opportunity, but the task is there, and that's what we have to do. So I think this particular part of that picture is absolutely essential, and I support it.
Any other comments or questions on this one? Councillor Armstrong?
Oh, sorry, did you want to go? I think we all recognise that cultural burning is productive and sustainable and, you know, protects everything that we need to protect, and it definitely works. But I also think there's a realism that there's just certain areas that it's just not appropriate safety-wise. So I'm always keen to use these sorts of practices as much as we can and as often as we can in areas where we can. And just appreciate the fact that we've got these tools available to us, I think, and people that can do it. Because it all sounds a bit, like, it sounds a bit, I don't know, what's the word? Like you read it and it sounds a bit like point form about all the things why we can't do it. But realistically, we can't burn sides of the road. And it's, you know, there's all these legislative things that are in the way of doing that. But how do we address getting rid of, you know, how do we do it? Like, what's the solution?
Yeah.
Has anyone got one?
I think this is about pointing to where it's more realistic and available to do it, and where there's a stronger cultural benefit as well as genuine, practical vegetation management piece, and just acknowledging that the particular roadside part of it, it really is.
Yeah, the roadside's a bit dicey. We don't want anybody killed.
But there's still plenty of opportunity elsewhere, and happy to, around the roadside piece is around in the conversation with land managers and CTAC and Jason, who put the AGM to us, giving that context the context to why roadsides are particularly challenging, why we can go over here, and why we also need to assess the various spaces. That's what we're already doing, but to work out where it's going to be the most effective, because it's not the only tool in the toolbox, and mechanical vegetation management up alongside burning, they all have their different places, and it is making people comfortable with all those different opportunities, not just going, this is the new thing, we must do all of this, because it does have some real significant challenges.
It can do. It's interesting because years ago they used to burn. That's all they did. They just burnt the roadsides, and there's probably still charred fences around from. Do you remember that? Way back in the dark ages when we were children. Yeah, it is, but it was effective, and I know why it was effective. But of course, we're now in a world where everything's completely different. So it was just interesting. More of a comment and observation, really, rather than a question.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson, you had your hand up before. Did you have
No, that's right.
You're all good. Any other questions or comments on this one? Closing remarks, Councillor Rock.
I think you're going to have to get a story, sorry. I travel some of our foreshore highways and look at the forest composition next to those roads and see mature trees, which, I'm going to be blunt, will die. Trees have a lifespan. Old trees fall over eventually. To manage that forest sustainably, we need to regenerate those trees at some pace. And if we don't, someone will chuck a cigarette out of a car window and do it for us one day. Now, I began my natural resource management training on the Red Gum Plains of East Gippsland, and that Princes Highway that shoots across the plains in a straight line had either not been, when I started 30 years ago, there was either no burning alongside the highway, and those old trees were dying with an understory that had become dense and either burnt hot when the cigarette came out of the car, or they just died. They were dying. There was a project began at that time to regenerate those stands. And it does involve some land management, and fire is the tool to which this landscape is best adapted. We can chuck some petrol in the mechanical tools and simulate that. And sometimes we have to, because just turning on fire again after a long absence is not easy. And it doesn't necessarily instantly generate the right results. But I do believe it's the solution. It'll take a lot of work, but this is the kind of shift. And we talked about climate adaptation and capacity improving. our ability to use fire in the right parts of the landscape at the right times will be part of that journey. We have to have a go.
And I think we do say that that's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's
Point
right.
F is pretty
That's
strong.
right. And I take your point about, trees along a roadside, a road corridor you're driving along, but roadside in this context is talking about literally the, gutter, immediate road verge, which is not an area where we're trying to regenerate and has significant cultural, it's so disturbed. What you're talking about is that next sort of setback, which is exactly the kind of spaces where we're saying there is some more cultural significance, there is regeneration needs. That's where we want to focus fire as a tool, as opposed to what Debbie articulated was, back in the day, burning literally the gutter to remove all that stuff, and that's where you're getting the right tools for the right space. So, yeah, it's going to be a good conversation ongoing with the relevant stakeholders.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Is all councillors, and the motion is carried. Report number 18.002/26, Annual General Meeting Resolution, CAT Management. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion?
Oh, yeah, why not?
Councillor Armstrong.
Sorry, what was that?
Councillor Armstrong, sorry. And a seconder, Councillor Gibson. Would you like to speak to this motion, Councillor
I love
Armstrong?
cats. That's it.
That's it? Okay. Any other comments or questions?
That's it.
Councillor.
What's D about?
Council will
Developing-
introduce CAT management as a potential focus.
Sorry, I'll read all that. Council will introduce CAT management as a potential focus area within the developing community environment network for Huon Valley to gauge community interest and identify potential working group participants.
Main volunteer cat people.
Yeah.
That's what I read it as.
I don't.
Through you, Acting Mayor. So I think we had the same question or similar question on this last council meeting or the meeting before. It's that working group that we're putting together
Yeah.
to focus on NRM, climate, sustainability, matters. It's in response to the motion that requires us to have a climate working group, but then we're sort of broadening it. You are going to get the brief and the terms of reference for that to consider and comment on tomorrow, interestingly. So good timing. What we're just saying is that, if we're going to have a working group where, again, we are approaching this with the livability framework in mind, community-led support, council supporting that, potentially that group, once we've agreed on it, it's been endorsed and it's spun up, that could be a topic that is brought to that group for consideration on how we can, within the opportunities and constraints that we currently have in front of us as a council, and as a community, how do we respond to that?
And prioritise that within a group of individuals who are broadly interested about, there's a lot of environmental concern that's leading this. So within the context of all the other environmental pressures and concerns that we're being asked to look at, and rightfully so, to help the community actually prioritise within context, because the history, as we know, has been individual issues garnering a particular focus group in isolation from everything else. And, that's their imprimatur, that's what they want to focus on. And so that is their sole priority. And we think that, again, livability framework, it's about, we need to be providing that wider context and our resource, and setting our resource expectations and helping giving the community, empowering them with the ability to influence those priorities, but only in a way where they understand that full context.
Okay. So maybe it's technical, but if that group does not exist and is not approved yet, and so I don't think we can delegate something to them if they don't exist. And if C provides that council supports a community-led approach, commits to providing reasonable support to genuine community initiatives, including staff attendance at meetings, is that covered through C at this stage?
I'd suggest, I think that D should have been in the discussion or in the conclusion rather than in the recommendations. So
It's at point
take your
20.
points and
It's at point 23 anyway. It talks about.
so striking it out as entirely is probably
Yeah, so strike D.
That's fine.
So you're striking
Strike
that
D.
out. Are you happy with that, Councillor Armstrong and Councillor
I am,
Gibson?
because realistically, it's very, very, very difficult to manage cats on a serious note.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right.
Don't look at me like that, Toby. You look at me like my cats. What's the legal limit for cats in rural areas?
We don't have a legal limit.
We don't, oh, good. So I think I have 5 cats at the moment. So I have 2 kittens that we stole from their mother in a barn, and they're now definitely the inside fat cats. I have 1 little black cat that turned up in our barn, followed my wife to the house, sat in front of the fridge and meowed, and then turned and did a poo in the litter tray. Can't tell me that cat wasn't a dumped cat. Then we have another black cat that's adopted us that hangs around the house and looks pretty much like a non-feral cat, but is a bit weird. And then we have another little bugger that I haven't managed to get rid of yet, who is disruptive. Yeah, all of those cats have found us, and we haven't found any of them. And we've had 2 other cats since we've lived there, and they've all been found cats in that sense. We actually do have a serious cat problem in the Huon Valley. We have a toxo problem with, you just see how many wallabies you get at the right time of year with it. I think, if anything, I think this is almost a bit weak, and I think council, rather than supporting community-led, and this maybe is through this community network, but council will seek community-led approaches. I actually think we do need to be a bit more proactive in the space. I noticed with our cat desexing website that I've got into trouble for, what is it? And
Sterilisation.
NDN or whatever, who hand out grants. We've got 3 vets in Hobart, but none down here. So I think we can do proactive things. I know it's all a staff issue, but I certainly would encourage staff to be more supportive of a community-led, encouraging community-led, and even reaching out to people like 10 Lives rather than coming down with boxes of kittens at Animal Tucker Box. They might come down with some pamphlets on how to sterilise cats and stuff like that. So I do think we've got a problem. I love cats, but it's not fair on all the other animals that they predate and destroy.
Well, not unless they're contained. Like I've had the same. I've had 8 cats and they've all been dumped as kittens down the bottom of the driveway.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
I've only ever bought 1, ever. But we have local, we have Southern, Southern Cat Rescue, and we've got several rescue places down here that we don't have to have a massive interactive big deal with. Perhaps it could just come down to
Promote them on our website.
Yeah, promoting them on our website so that and getting a contact for them to be able to pass on the information for desexing, because a lot of people don't know about Southern Tas rescues or cat rescues. There's one at Cygnet and there's one at Ranelagh and there's one somewhere else. No, a lot of people don't. So if we could sort of connect all of those together, then perhaps we could reach a broader audience by just popping it on the website or the Facebook page, or I don't know, I haven't got the solution, I haven't got the answers, but I've got plenty of questions. But I think that might be a start maybe. And pushing people to have their cats indoors, if they can. And Education. I'm terrified my cats will get killed by the tiger snake that nearly killed me on Sunday.
I mean, all these things are, our response to this, and I take your point that it could be seen, or you're seeing it as weak, but I think it's just we're trying to strike a realistic balance between all the stuff that we've got, and we don't want to set unreasonable expectations in the community that we're suddenly going to spin up all this stuff, because I don't have staff just sitting around going...
No, and I don't think we should be.
I know you're not suggesting it, but that's why it's... Sorry that if there's a perception that we're not taking it seriously enough. We fully understand there's a problem here, But it's just, setting those reasonable expectations and the point of exploring with the community around, like I said, that priority setting and what we can reasonably do, what the expectation on council is versus what's the expectation on owners and other stakeholders here to actually work out what is going to be the most effective when we do go and spend more money on it, because ultimately we're custodians of our ratepayers' money. And there will be people that say, why the hell are we spending $1 on cats?
But I think we can still encourage through community.
I do too. Community networking. I'm not suggesting we spend a lot of money on cats. I'm suggesting that we tap into the resources that we have already here, and they can liaise with people.
Resources that other bodies have produced. too.
And I know it sounds silly, but all those things, even just that promotion, the maintenance of all those links and whatever else, it actually all adds up.
Three acting Mayor. Sorry to interject. I did just the purpose. So the AGM motion. I just want to draw attention. So the AGM motion was asking us to put together a community committee for the around cat management. So that was the focus of the report. So we didn't go into detail. We do, like all these things we certainly do, and we do it for a range of things. And again, linking it back to the Livability Framework, that's key for us. If the resources are out there, we're not going to go and replicate that and recreate. We're going to just link and build and support. We focused here on that issue, and that's sort of why we try to bring in the discussion around a broader network and having that as a subject item. So I'm just flagging that it's not to say, we're certainly not saying, and I apologise if it comes across like that in the report, we're not saying we're not going to do anything about it. It's just saying that around it being hyper-focused on it and having a committee around that, we're saying we need to broaden that. You know what I mean? We're not going to have...
That's right.
That's the recommendation. That's what we're recommending.
Robertson. And I'll just point out there was a presentation on I think an award given to a cat management program at Midway Point through Legat last year. And there's a specific cat management program on Bruny Island. So as with all things, parts of it are more difficult and parts of it are easier. So when you have management or control over the input and restocking of an area, and our council might find that the easiest way to start a more active cat management program is maybe somewhere like Cockle Creek, anywhere south of Hastings. So there are aspects like that to it, and there are also some successful programs not too far away that our community can lean on and from.
Anything else from anybody?
No.
Would you like to close?
No, thank you. I think I've said enough about cats.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All councillors present, the motion is carried. Report number 18.003/26. The annual general meeting resolution, old growth logging. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Gibson, and a seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Gibson, do you wish to speak to this motion?
Yes. Look, I think we've sort of covered it in a fairly, as best we can. The other element that I didn't read in there was the threat to our towns and things by of young forests versus mature forests, and whether or not we should be advocating for retention of old forests as essentially as much more fire resistant landscapes. I mean, where they're in areas, I think where they're in proximity to our towns.
Is that science strong science, or is that?
Yeah, and the cheapest and most effective action we can make for, what I've read is for mitigating carbon pollution in the atmosphere is leaving the big trees standing, which is, I think, taken into account. very cheap climate change mitigation policy, really.
Okay.
So I don't know whether we should.
Is this a political thing?
No. Are trees political? I guess they are in Tasmania.
They are.
Chopping them down is trees are. But yeah, I also wonder, and I think the motion almost says, you know, given the recent decision, nobody knows what that recent decision looks like. And you sort of go, well, how's it going to be implemented? Well, we're going to give it all to the states and they're going to run it as they normally run it. So I think it's
Don't have a lot of
almost
control.
too early to say what the impact of that's going to be. But I also, yeah, I think it's not our place to call for a moratorium. And as the report says, believe it or not, sustainable timbers aren't targeting old growth forests now. So yeah, it's a bit of a difficult motion rather than say almost that we note that there's significant community concern about forestry and it's a state government responsibility, and you know that's about our sphere of influence to be cognizant and aware of it and support environmental protection, which is quite solid. You know, you can't, as we found with some people, you can't just go in and chop down a whole heap of trees and think you'll get away with it, because our council officers will hunt you down.
And realistic.
On private land.
As well. Now I know.
See,
Yeah, I know this is focusing on STD, but do I believe that the statement here from staff saying that their current approach is not to log old growth forests? That's what the report's telling me. I don't know if they do or don't.
I thought we would link actually to their own their statements online.
It's the definition of what's old growth or not.
Correct.
I mean,
Yeah.
And I think though,
log up above Billy Brown Falls, and they're only 35-year-old trees, but they're pretty bloody big.
that's where you get the whole definitional thing, and I rely on the community down here to tell us if STT is actually breaching their rules. I think they're a pretty observant community to do that. So it's a dilemma. You know, I don't quite know how we answer this motion. I suppose
It's sort of a state government level
yeah.
decision about these things.
But I think it's fair that we
But we can
we can note the concern. I think we can also note that there's many people in the community who have a strong connection to forestry as well.
And that's the balance we've tried to strike in the recommendation, to ultimately say we note a whole bunch of concerns. It's complex, and once the relevant agencies have progressed the detail further, we consider our response and what it means to us, and whether ultimately whatever we call for, whatever we advocate for, will actually be meaningful, but will take into account that people have different connections, perceptions, and values related to forestry, and we need to be cognizant of that.
And we will have a role in that because we obviously enforce a whole range of state and federal environmental protection rules. So we're certainly not a bystander in the process by any means.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that the concerns both sides and both ways, and the new federal laws taking place, it's a sort of a grey area how they're going to be interpreted, and both sides are sort of waiting anxiously to see what they're going to enforce and not going to enforce. So I think we are a bystander at the moment, and we just got to be mindful that it's
and we're taking it
contentious issue.
Taking it to a workshop to
That's right.
look at it in more detail.
That's all we can do.
And I mean, there are specific forests like the Franklin Forest where I think we could come out very strongly because of the level of connection of residents and say, look, leave it alone. And the giants as well. I think that's pretty clear. But
That may be an outcome that you pursue when you workshop it and consider what will be impactful. But that's not what the motion's asked for at this point.
That's right.
And the response is to what's been asked for, which my advice is it's premature and we need to just hold a watching brief for now.
And do we set a date for this workshop, or is it?
Well, we don't have dates yet, and when there'll be more information available on the changes to forest
Before the
regulation.
next election, though? Could we put that in?
I don't reckon they'll have the policy sorted out.
Yeah.
It's kicking down the road, isn't it, really? But
Yeah.
what else can you do, I guess?
Well, again, this doesn't. We know that the community value this stuff. We know that it's a divisive issue. There's nothing. This is about this motion. There's nothing to stop councillors agreeing that we need to have a workshop and bring further work on forest more generally with a different scope to what's been put here. But in answering this motion, my recommendation is no, we can't put a time frame on it because we actually need to be following the lead of the relevant agencies.
Councillor Prusik,
Yeah, thanks.
did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think what Councillor Gibson just pointed out with the example of the Franklin Forest, for example, where it is sustainable timber production forest, and the group, if I'm correctly informed, and the group has, through many years of advocacy and bringing people up the hill, shown a lot of, shown how important this place is for them, and they've basically been like, what the livability framework is doing now, trying to take advantage of all those community groups and empower them. They've been doing it already, and they are now in a position where they can actually have a decent conversation with STP about what's happening in this area. And if you kind of put this principle on steroids, and if people would in their individual community start taking care of their place, we've got the community group charter active. Many of our community hall groups have picked this up. I see this as an instrument for any interest group across the entire valley to pick up whatever their interest is, form a community group, come to council, address their concerns, and then we advocate for them. That's where and of course there is the sentiment. It's not our playing field, but there are people out there who actually, if it's really that important to them, they will go and find those issues and actually work on them. That's why we have such a high number of volunteers in the municipality. That's why we have so many people, being active in that. Yeah, exactly. We've got this passion. And when you look through pretty much almost all the AGM motions, many of them we can't really act as an active player, but we can advocate and we can facilitate. And what this will hopefully do over the time is that we encourage people, and that's what I like about the livability framework, because it's directly opposing all these undemocratic procedures that are happening in the background. We want to enable people. That's why we need stronger councils. That's why we need more councillors, because there will be in the future, if this all works, there will be heaps more people being active in this space.
Ring and enabling.
Yeah, exactly. And I think whilst it is sad to hear that council can't take a definite position on it, and it seems to be in a discrepancy to our vision and what this municipality wants. It's just not our turf. But if this turf is important to the people living here, they got all the means and all the support from us, to actually go for
And
it.
that's the thing, like the people will speak and we will listen.
Yeah, and look, in the end, it's like all those enabling factors. I think it's got a little bit forgotten how to be active in the society, and it's great to see that many people are picking this up again. And if opportunities are given, I'm pretty sure they will be picked up. We just give the livability framework a few years' time, and the AGM will be packed with people. Not just a dozen sitting here. We will be downstairs again.
Through you, Acting Mayor. Just to quickly respond to that, and it does relate, as we're probably transitioning to the next one in a second, but what you just said is exactly what myself and two other staff members, we had a conversation about the next AGM motion, the one on community gardening.
Yeah.
We had that conversation today with community members about empowering them, how this all, and it was a really good conversation for council to have, and the relevant community stakeholders there as well. It made things a lot clearer on a way forward. It meant that people from different parts of council who were in attendance with me got to see, the broader perspective, etc. It can work. It will work really, really well. All the early signals are that it makes sense to people, and it's how we empower and facilitate. So it is actually working in practice on that next one that we're about to look at.
I think people are surprised and relieved that they can actually work with council, because I think there's been this big divide between what they thought they could do and what they thought council expected them to do or not do.
I think that I tried to explain it today. I've been thinking about it for a while, but I often go into these consults or meetings with community members, and I feel like people feel like they're in a box, and council sort of saying you can operate within there and no more. In reality, the way I believe councillors look at it, and certainly staff do, it's more that we're trying to provide realistic buffers. So it's more like rails, and people can go as far or as little as they want. So there's no full box constraint. It's just buffers that are around, liability issues, reasonable financial. It's providing bounds of reason and realism, but it's not just saying you're just we're locking you into this particular thing because we've got some idea of how the world works. And I think that's what these livability framework structured conversations is doing. You got full empowerment to go up and down, and we'll just help you on the reasonableness of how we prioritise and how we fund that, and how we can work together to advocate or get funding, etc.
They're quite surprised when we can help them.
So back to this motion, should we be throwing it back to community members to identify areas of forest that in our municipal area that, like the Franklin Forest, that are both, supporting biodiversity and environmental outcomes, but also, I think, just going back to the bushfire thing, protecting the landscape essentially by, thinning out all of the undergrowth and getting rid of the kindling and only having the big trees.
Why not?
My sons won't like that.
What's that?
My sons won't like
Well,
that.
they
running
like
a
the
business on kindling.
So I guess, it's not really what was asked for in this, but maybe we should go back. We are going to go back to
But if councillors,
proposers.
if you guys have got an appetite for that, to add that as an amendment, that's fine by me. Makes sense.
We do have a lot of people who are very interested in the valley doing stuff. So give them something to do, I say.
Keep them active, get them outside.
Yeah.
Let's see if
And
the
then-
person has an amendment.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify that again one more time?
Well, it's encouraging community groups to identify old growth forest. Well, I won't even go with old growth because that's forest areas that are, particularly valuable to them and the community, and you could put in, we'll leave the fire issue out at this stage because it could be for lots of reasons.
So who are they going to identify them to, though?
This is the community group sort of idea, and
I think I would be wanting to link it to, in preparation for us to do like our part C, which is more advice, whatever else, it'd be encouraging community groups in the meantime to go away and identify those areas that they perceive a high value, so that we can incorporate those into that actual workshop session to go, okay, well these are the ones that we're actually going to actively advocate for. What does it mean? So it's really about steering them to some
So I'd
preparatory work.
happy if Dee said something like, and seek community input on areas of community value or community.
because I think if we go back to STT and say, look, our people have said we really want to look after this, that I think we're standing on a much sort of instead of just saying a moratorium on old growth forest, which is
that's going to be. But STT has been responsive. Like they have walked away from the grove of the giants, and they actually, from memory, worked with the Franklin Forest people to do some
they've taken
weed
it off
control
the
and stuff like
short-term
that.
list.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think it's about working with these legally approved state instrumentalities, which, like it or not, the law of the land is that they can go and chop down trees, and so. But I'd be happy with a. I'd be supportive of a D that said seek community input to areas of forests of.
Identifying high-value forest areas or something.
For the community.
Acting Mayor, can I just make because I really strongly align with Councillor Moisek's point around active community group, and Franklin Forest are a good example of that. I would also encourage those groups, those other community groups or people that have identified these areas to connect, because again, livability framework, connect with that group and understand how they approached it, what they've learned, how they were successful. Because then you can learn from that and replicate that in your local area. And again, that's what we want to do as council. We don't want to be, we will advocate, but we also, if there's a successful model that's been led by community, we just want to connect so that they can learn. And we do the same with land care groups. And I see the same potentially happening.
They are potentially land care groups. So
yeah, they are. Yeah,
that's right. Weed control and all that sort of stuff. They can go hunting foxgloves.
Exactly.
Are you proposing that as D?
Well, I think Paul was proposing. Yeah, you're the mover, aren't you, Paul?
Councillor Gibson and O'Neill, you're okay with that change? You're okay? Are there any other comments or questions? No, we'll put the motion with that addition. All those in favour, please raise your hand. As all councillors present, the motion is carried. So we'll catch Amy.
I'm going to tell Amy we've got a moratorium on hydro.
Okay, report number 18.004/26, AGM motion response to proposed community-led gardening initiative. Refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Jessup, and a seconder, Councillor Gibson. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Jessup?
Certainly. I do like the proactive and excited response almost by council staff to get into this and activate it. I know when we did some community work around the Ranelagh sports ground, showground, we actually had people come out during that time and say that they wanted more community space. And I do think that as we urbanise our main city, main towns like Huonville and Cygnet, there will be a greater desire for that shared community space. And I think there's some very positive mental health outcomes for people. So there's a lot of positives. We also have some very active gardening clubs in the Huon Valley, which I hope will get drawn into this process. So, again, watch our sphere of influence, how much money we're going to be putting into it, all those sort of things. I watch a lot of UK gardening shows, and I love the idea of allotments. I would love to be able to see, particularly as we build up Huonville, that people who are living in high density properties can go somewhere and connect with nature and do some positive mental health stuff. So I think it's a great motion from the floor and great response from council, I think.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Gibson?
Yeah, I mean, building community and encouraging this sort of thing is really close to my heart, so I'm very supportive, especially when it comes to encouraging young people to the valley. I mean, it's just so evident that we're in this ageing demographic, and I think if council can be a hub that connects somebody with land, somebody with knowledge who's probably an older person, and then the youthful energy together, we can do amazing things. And it's fantastic for food resilience, which is really important. I support it.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Robertson.
I like doing devil's advocate on things too. And on this one, I've seen in my immediate community some successes and some not so successful approaches in this area. So I guess I'm a little hesitant to go all in without being more confident that we're going, that such work and such project would not end up in the unsuccessful and fizz out. So the question is, does council know what it takes to succeed for this stuff? We're making an offer of doing some mapping. I don't know how useful that is, because we can find out where there are organisations and places doing this just by talking around our communities. That's actually, in my experience, that's fairly easy to find. Are there some key ingredients that help this stuff work and be sustainable, sustain itself, without necessarily being a continual drain on council resources or a funding stream or something? What are the pitfalls to avoid?
I mean, to add to that, it's not just a potential drain on council resources, but a drain on the people that organise and facilitate this, the people in the community. And I shared, while you were out of the room, we met with members of the Ranelagh community today, including the AGM motion holdout. It was a very positive conversation, which went exactly to your point about how do we set this up right so that it doesn't fail. It was a group of community individuals who were very realistic about the resourcing demands on themselves and also council, and very clear on working on a reasonable time frame to get this right, so it does actually work. So setting up working under that community charter, having it well documented about what the expectations are on either party, seeking input from the active community gardens that are already down here, but also that mapping exercise around understanding what those pitfalls are. So effectively, the way to deal with that is it's a noted risk. Council perceived that risk as much as the community members that brought the motion perceive and understand that risk. And if both parties are working towards that reasonable understanding that this could fail if it's not set up right, I think we have all the recipe there to tread very carefully and make sure that we're setting up something that's reasonable from the outset.
How important is the mapping effort, and how resource intensive is that? I think that was in the report.
I think largely it's basically in line with what the health and wellbeing officer is doing anyway. Like it's work. It's basically work that we're doing anyway that complements this. But the people that moved the motion, Dan and Sarah, are similarly doing their own. They're well connected into this whole community and doing their own mapping and understanding of pitfalls, etc. So it's really just working together and not a significant resource burden on council at this point. The community group are really leading the charge at this point and starting the tentative conversation with the broader community to even say, hey, do we want these things in the community? Where's the support? And they already had before the motion, but then certainly the conversations they've had since putting this and it getting supported at council or voted up by the public at the AGM, they've had even more encouraging signals of just how much community appetite there is out there to get involved. And they're the ones being cautious around making sure that it's set up properly, so we don't just have, there's a lot of excitement and we do it, and then it goes bang when people walk away from it.
Yeah. Right. I love a positive response to a devil's advocate question.
Any other comments or questions? No? Would you like to close, Councillor Jessup? Okay. We'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. It's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Report number 18.005/26, Annual General Meeting Resolution, Establishment of a Youth Hub. I refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Jessup, a seconder. Councillor Gibson. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Jessup?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is obviously an area that we're all quite passionate about and one that I've worked in for many years. The difficulty, I remember when I was in youth justice, people were saying we need a bail, a step-down house for people coming out of Ashland. I think there was about 3 people from the Huon Valley who got to Ashley every year, whereas there was probably 30 from Glenorchy who got to Ashley every year. So part of the great thing is that we don't have a lot of, in terms of volume of numbers of people with distress, but that doesn't mean that the individual who is distressed is not as distressed as any other individual who lives in the state. So that's our real dilemma: is how do we provide a quality service to people who are in distress or at a youth at a point in their life where they have to make decisions, but we can't afford to have a mental health hub. And the problem I have is that the state government, for the last 15 years I've been back in Tassie in the area, have been progressively exiting any youth mental health services. And they've tried to push kids into the NDIS, and we're now seeing the NDIS push back and pushing those kids back out. And we see a youth strategy in the state government that's currently in disarray because it's not well considered and staffed. So in that context, this is a really hard motion to do anything with, I think, sadly. We don't have the funds, and we wouldn't, to be honest, we wouldn't attract the staff to set up a couple of youth doctors and get a youth psychiatrist to do sessions down here and have some youth social workers, and it wouldn't be justifiable for us to do that. But that said, I think we have some really great grassroots activities through the PCYC, and some of that's been funded through the work of Rotary and people like that who do the Hilltop Hike. And I think there's a great opportunity there to really bolster the support they do. I think there are groups that we can work to invite to come down with you on a sessional basis and provide facilitation to groups. And I think there is certainly an advocacy role to work around the general manager. What's it called now? What's the state government going to build in the education precinct? Is it the youth, children and family youth centre or
childhood?
That thing.
Yeah.
Child family, children family, CFLC learning center.
Yeah, Child and Family Learning Centre.
That one.
Yep.
I think it would be that's why councillors have staff, because you remember that sort of stuff. But yeah, I think there's a great job there to do some advocacy that recognises that there's a significant adolescent mental health need that's unmet. So push it back to the state government to say, not only do you build the facility, cut the ribbon and piss off, you actually need to actually staff it with professionals who are, and I know from trying to hire psychologists and stuff myself, there's not thousands of them about. But I think the response is probably not the response the mover wanted, and I get that. But I don't think there's a month of Sundays where that response is actually going to happen. But I think this is a caring and considered compromise where we not only support providers who are already doing stuff, but we really add to the advocacy with the state. And look, I've got no doubt that the Minister for the Child Safety Minister and the Health Minister are all very caring people and do genuinely care about this. And it's just a matter of making sure they're aware of our needs and to lobby them to provide services. But it's not easy to get allied health professionals, unfortunately.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this, Councillor Gibson?
I have a question just around centralisation and decentralisation of this sort of service, I guess, and wondering whether council could support youth things through our halls, which is sort of a decentralised. I just can't. I mean, I can't see kids from Cygnet coming to Huonville very often to use the facilities here. It just doesn't happen. They just bumming around Cygnet because that's where they are. And
So is there outreach, state
Sort
government
of,
outreach to Cygnet already or not? I wonder. Probably not.
Which is why when any of these things, are coming up with the state government, all our advocacy around the child and family landing spaces, for example, was about outreach. It's either put the services in the places where people need them, and or think about transport solutions that allow people to get around the valley more fluidly. So again, it's not it's just like roadside cultural burning or whatever else. It's not a one size fits all. There's multiple pieces at play. We certainly think that using rather than governments love building shiny new buildings and cutting ribbons on things. Whereas we're always more interested in actually providing the services to the people and it's a better utilisation of money if you use existing assets and increase their use. That's what's missing, and that is the hard bit. The ongoing operational is the hard bit. Building a new shiny centre is actually, it's just a matter of the capital funding and you get it done.
It's not as if we don't have spare capacity, like Geeveston Medical Centre, for example, and there's issues about delivering those services through health hub, GPs, clinics and stuff anyway, but there's no reason why there couldn't be a team that comes down and take that on for a day, because we're never going to be running it 5 days a week.
And we are actively pursuing
Those sort of
those
opportunities.
types of opportunities.
Deaf ears?
Sorry?
Deaf ears?
No, not necessarily. No. There's a lot of interest in improving this space, but it's, as you point out, just the availability of professionals to come down and to then provide. It's not like you can just have them, come down. We do an open day and you get some mental health help. It's ongoing, complex needs, commitment to delivering an ongoing long-term service that needs surety of funding. It's a really vexed problem, and it's just not being taken seriously enough. And that's where, as you say, I think we've tried to create a kind response that's realistic with what we're doing, and just assuring the community that we'll up that advocacy, which is the biggest thing that we can possibly do to continue to fight for our community's particular needs. I think we've been successful in our medical advocacy, and we'll continue that. And maybe it's now the shape shift into the particulars of youth mental health.
I think too, it's really important to recognise some of the underlying resourcing that council provides to this stuff. And you mentioned Geeveston Medical Centre, which is really valuable. You mentioned Cygnet. We've now got some much more accessible and usable spaces in Cygnet Town Hall that can underpin the outreach of some of the more specialist services that are actually experienced and more capable in dealing with this stuff. So, and I'm sure the list would go on.
Absolutely. And I mean, I mentioned the CFL. I should actually say more on the CFLC thing in particular, because the redistribution of those, or the clarification of those funds to build the childcare centre versus CFLC. There is quite significant money available, and it's now being put to outreach with the intention of facilitating that in existing buildings, whether they're Department of Education or council buildings or whatever else. So, it's been some pretty tough ongoing conversations with these departments, but we are actually, like, the evidence that we're bringing to bear is paying dividends. But it does take significant time to build that case, to deliver that advocacy before you even get to actually putting the services on the ground. And that's the problem we have, is that people are desperate for this stuff now, and we are trying our arse off to get it to bear fruit straight away. But the problems are just deepening as we speak.
Okay. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, sorry, thank you. I'll so I understand, like I appreciate the motion and the answer is soft and kind, like you say. But realistically, this could apply to any group of people. Like if we focus on our youth, which I know has problems, do we then extend that service that we may or may not be able to offer to everybody? Like how do we decide? Because there's a lot of people that have mental health issues and, you know, it's not just the youth that suffer. So if we focus on youth, how do we spread ourselves fairly across everybody else that struggles with mental health issues?
Well, council is already looking at through the work we already do at our medical centre. We are looking at trying to provide those services to everyone. This is about responding to a particular motion that focusing on youth.
Youth is important.
And the trouble is youth are very specialised in the response, and you do have to have a specialist service, whereas generalised adult mental health, and then you've got the impact of dementia. So we've got, I bet you we don't get any gerontologists coming down to the Huon very often and stuff. So there's a whole, lots of problems.
But also, is it our responsibility to take that on?
No, that's what we're saying. And that, I think this motion is a caring way of saying we're getting other people to do their job.
I had a child that was very depressed for a very long time, so I get it, you know. It's not an easy path to take, but I worry about anybody that suffers with that sort of illness as well.
Okay, Councillor Jessup, would you like to close?
No, thank you all for your support and kind words for the motion, because I think it is something we all care significantly about.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All councillors present, the motion is carried. Report number 18.006/26, Annual General Meeting Resolution, Population Analysis. Refer councillors to the recommendation of this report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion? Councillor Gibson and a seconder. Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Gibson, do you want to speak to this motion?
No, I think it's got a bit of work and we're saying we're going to do it in the next year and a half, so that's good.
So we won't be here for the next year and a half.
Maybe not.
The staff will be.
Right, any other comments or questions on this
Onwards
one?
and upwards, fellas.
And the strategy that you've kicked off anyway, which is what is enabling this to happen, will still be
That's
enduring.
correct.
And that's a significant piece of successful work.
Our legacy.
All right, any other questions or comments? No? Any closing, Councillor Gibson? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, report number 18.007/26, Annual General Meeting Resolution Transport Infrastructure. As per the question in public question time, the CEO has advised that this report should be deferred.
I move to defer the motion.
Councillor Jessup to move to defer the motion, Councillor Gibson to second. All those in favour? All the councillors present, the motion is carried. Losing my words.
It's a very big agenda this
It's a
evening.
very big agenda.
Very big agenda.
We are about to move into closed council, so I'd like to thank those in the gallery tonight for attending and watching at home.
Yay, give them a clap.
Are you going to come back and pick him up or not?
Yeah.
Oh, good. They're off to the pub,
I'm not, they both don't drink.
Oh, that's funny. They did so well to sit there.
We're not finished yet. The recommendation is that the meeting now be closed at 10:08 p.m. pursuant to Regulation 17 of the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations 2025 to discuss the following matters: confirmation of minutes, general report, closed council, tender RFT 231, non-exclusive provision of cleaning service, public toilets and amenities. Do I have a councillor to move a motion to go into closed? Councillor Morosek and a seconder. Councillor Gibson, all those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. I advise that in accordance with Huon Valley Council audio recording of council meetings policy. Recording of the open session of the meeting ceased at 10:08 p.m.